Hey, we are back. We are back.
Hopefully there isn't much stream delay.
True. I mean, the game will restart in 30 seconds, so.
Your camera's blue.
Oh, the lights went back on. Because I turned off stream and turned it on. Alright, now it should be good. If it would have helped, we only need one word. Oh, I'm sorry. Hey, Rosie got first. That's funny.
There's someone doing donuts in the intersection near my house.
That's funny. Nathan, can you say something on the Discord? I just want to make sure you're not too loud or too low level.
Speak, damn
Nathan. He's probably AFK. I can't hear you in the call and you can't hear me. Oh, that's weird.
Check if they have RTC connecting.
Huh?
Uh, he might have RTC connecting.
Oh, I don't know what it is.
Nathan might.
Oh shit, I just realized my lights are gonna go on and off. Unless I turn it off. Oh, it's good I realized that before I went to sleep. I'm sorry guys, give me a
That would be
second.
fun.
Not for me.
What? They just randomly flash.
Well, basically if I get hosted or rated or subbed, it's gonna the lights are gonna go off, so.
Good.
Is it? Is it though?
That means when we sub, your lights
Hello.
change.
That's true.
Hello, Nathan.
Nathan? He's muted.
He said hello.
Hi.
Oh. Wait, why does it show you as muted? That's so weird. Okay. I think it's okay. You just mute quickly? Oh, okay. Alright guys. Should I actually leave the No, I'm not gonna fall asleep with the lights going on and off. That seems too much. No.
It's up to you. It'd just be funny whenever you get subbed, it just wakes you up, possibly.
True. But it would stay blue like this, you know what I mean?
True.
Like it won't
Is there any way to change that, or no?
No. Or, it would be too much for me
Or
to
is,
figure out right now.
yeah, no problem. Yeah, you
Yeah.
just turn them off.
Maybe for like 10 subs I'll keep it on or something. Nah, I'll just
Someone gives 10 subs.
yeah, just every 5 minutes say someone tip. Yeah, my room is so blue. Yeah. That's why it's yeah, I have to change that. Um Wait, I don't remember how the lights. Wait, if I just X this out, would that be fine? I don't know. I guess we'll just see. This is my first time doing this, so we'll see what happens. No one give me money. So many tabs, I know. I should probably close some, huh? That's not that many tabs, actually. Yeah, give me money to see if the time goes up. I mean, the lights go on. Or... No, I'm joking. All right, good night, guys.
Good night.
Good night, PP.
Huh? Did you say something?
Nathan did.
Oh, what's up, Nathan?
I said good night.
Oh, okay. Good night. By the way, you could join whenever you want, Nathan. When I'm in this Discord call, gotta talk to you more. Yeah, I don't talk to you as much as I used to. All right. Good night, guys.
Ugh.
So how's everybody's day?
Mine good.
Good to hear.
Mm. Ain't no way this man falls asleep without watching something before he falls asleep. Just stares at a blank wall.
What I mean, he can't really watch the thing that he probably would usually watch since we're watching
Yeah,
him.
true. True, true, true.
Hello there.
Welcome in, Mania Kazak. Probably shredded your name there, but welcome in, man. Hey, let's go, boys. Good night, Aqua. What's up, gamer? How's your day going, man? I'll be right back. Oh, I'm getting tired. Bro, that's tripping me out. The stream music's tripping me out. literally doesn't tell me anything. King has awoken. Yo, what's up, Blackheart? If you're still here. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention to chat. How's your day going, man? Yo, what's up, Carmander P3? How's your day going, man? Thanks for the follow, by the way, man. Yeah, he's currently doing a subathon, as you can see by the title. Yeah. Ping Pong is actually sleeping. I'm just the entertainer for now. Yeah. Yo. Hey, man. Good luck with that sleep. Yo, what's up, Indira Ja? How's your night going, man? No, that's good, man. He's just sleeping. I'm one of the people in his chat. Name's Little Timmy. Just entertaining his chat while he's sleeping there. You're good to stay, man. Alright, man. Have a good sleep, man. Yo, what's up, man? How's your night going?
left magnifying glass, right magnifying glass, 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 left magnifying glass, right magnifying glass. Left magnifying glass, right magnifying glass, 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 left magnifying glass, right magnifying glass.
E. E.
Jesus. Yo. Oh my
Yo,
god.
what's up?
What's up? You're still here, Nathan?
Yeah.
Damn. You're not tired?
Sleep.
I slept good. I couldn't sleep in the beginning because of the light.
Yep. Good self.
Hello there. Hello there.
Damn. Thank you for the follow. Who followed? Someone just followed. Spoiled egg, what's up? Oh.
Shout out time.
Huh? Angel, hello. Oh my god, this music must have been so annoying for some of you guys. It was just, what's up, Chi? Thanks for the hydrate. What's up, Coco? You still here? Wow. Very interesting seeing him sleep. That's what Dinell said. That's funny. Actually, I went to bed at a decent hour. Nice. What'd you say?
He's not wrong. It's very interesting seeing somebody else sleep.
Is it?
Yes.
That's funny. I'm still waking up. What did I want to do? Sorry for that, guys. In the middle of the game. No one needs to wait 30 seconds now. Let me see. Wow, Doctor did some TTS spam 2 hours ago. Oh, it's the stretch? That's a good idea. You passed out at 1? Oh, wow. Coco. Ooh. Passed out at 7. Damn. Okay. Okay. 18 hours left. Nice. Strict. You spelled it wrong, Coco. Send me message. Oh, thank you for the sub. Oh, Spabile that just subscribed. Arigatou gozaimasu. You just added 30 minutes to the timer. First person of the day. I will play on my guitar for you. Thanks for fixing your sleep schedule. Hell yeah, Nathan. Let's go.
Hello there.
Wait, how'd I fix it? Isn't it pretty late? What's up, Deluxe?
Lo-fi music worked on me.
Oh. The lo-fi music was so sleepy, right? Alright. I got 20 seconds.
Yep.
Ah! Thank you for the sub, Spaboya. Thank you. Let me join P. Yeah. Uh, Jesus. I'm crying from yawning. Oh my god. Yeah, if you join another one of the VCs, I could drag you in. Thank you, Ping. You're welcome. We're at level 6. What's the furthest you guys got in the game? And how's everyone doing? What's up, Deluxe? You don't know? Okay. Oh my god. You got to level 2 by yourself? Damn. Good job. Also sorry. I'm up earlier than my alarm. My alarm's for 9 a.m. I woke up at like 8. For you guys, for the content. Economic. Oh, that was a good word, G. I only changed the thing. Damn. I want to exercise a little bit, but I also...
There we go. Hello.
What's up?
Let's go. I fucking pushed the type on. I forgot.
Wait, where's my thingy? Damn, you sound so
Come.
different. When was the last time I
I
heard?
do?
Yeah,
Yeah, man, it's been a while.
it has been a while. You sound older.
I am.
Well, you are, yeah. How
I'm
are
wiser,
you?
yeah. I'm good. How are you?
I'm good.
Man.
I just woke up.
Oh, you did? I woke up like 4 hours ago.
Damn.
I mean, it's 1:20 for me now.
1:20 p.m., right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Damn.
Hello, Dino.
No, it's not Dineldo. Yeah. I got up.
I get confused.
Yo, what's up?
I got up at like 6:45.
Yeah, I
Damn.
got 8 stars.
Huh? Oh, you have 8 stars? Oh, you've been playing.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
I got one word. I got cum.
Nice.
The good cum though.
Hello there.
Not the bad. Not the oh no. Oh god, what the
Nice.
hell?
Hello, my name is Adam.
Cool.
Hello. That's a funny name. I mean, that's not a funny name,
Oh,
but the whole
bruh.
reason.
I can
Bruh.
spell.
Polish. Damn it.
Polish, bruh.
Polish. No, polish. Oh,
I know,
Polish.
I know. Oh, it's
like-
actually, bruh.
Yeah.
Uh,
Should I exercise, guys? I wanted to start getting fit with you guys in the mornings, but that's so much work.
That shit. Is
Yeah,
it Polish or Polish? Both.
it is both, right?
One is more based.
Do Ring Fit on Switch. Oh yeah.
Oh,
Nathan always says push-ups.
bruh.
I should do push-ups.
Pioneer. Oh no, slop. Someone already got slop, sloppy toppy.
Damn.
Shell, slow.
Maybe I'll buy Ring Fit right now. Let me see.
Slop. Someone already got slop, bruh.
Sloop.
Oil.
Slip sloop.
Oh, there's no 3, bruh. Oil.
Ring Fit is legit. It gets you wheezing.
Soil. I think someone already got soil. No. Oh, they did. Fuck.
Yep.
Hosh? Oh, piss off.
Cocoa Butt got soil.
Cocoa
Damn.
Butt.
It's crazy how everyone's voices get so deep. And so
Yeah.
yeah. Ring
That's
Fit.
yeah, that's mad.
It is mad.
Uh,
Ring Fit. I will get it.
no, man. Lip. Lisp. Oh, yeah, maybe. Sinking last hits.
Ayo, we got it. All right. Now I could press continue. I love that my name makes people laugh. I'm going back to lurking so I can read. All right. See ya, Chi. Thanks for staying in.
You can read.
Oh my god, I still need to stretch. I'm so tired. Not tired. I'm so I don't know. Where do I buy stuff on the Switch.
Let's go review, baby.
Review, that's good. Viewer is the other one. You guys
No,
are
I
viewers.
got it first. I got it first.
Ah,
I got it
damn
first.
it.
Ha.
I mean, good job.
I got two of the best ones, baby. I'm getting better, you know.
Yeah, it's good.
Oh, it's
Good
there,
job.
get there. Viewer. Ew. Veer. We already got Veer.
Wait, do you,
Weird.
oh, you guys hear the
Weird.
music? Okay.
There's no other five others. That's definitely not a word then. Weave. Just. That's definitely
Weave?
not a word.
Wait, I'm looking for the game. I already forgot the name. Ring Fit. If you get desperate, here's this word on Scrambler. No cheating.
Yeah, I'm gonna kick that. Let's go.
Alright,
If I don't know. Ryer.
see ya, Chi. Ring Fit Adventure, it's called. In it. In it. Sorry, I'm not making
Oh.
fun of you, Adam. I like.
What is he?
He said in it. I like the British stuff.
Oh, he's British. Oh,
I don't know, but I said internet. Get the physical Ring Fit. Wait, is it a physical thing?
1G. Nah, but I speak British slang. I'm Irish.
Same thing. I was just joking. See you, Chi. Bye bye.
I have 24 stars, baby. I'm second. Ha. You're bad.
You get a big ring to use, otherwise the game won't work. Oh. What? Is there something I could play without the game? Without a physical thing?
No.
Example is the word, yeah. Oh, you spelled it.
Okay, I spelled it wrong.
You got it though. Just
Did I? I didn't. Oh, yeah, I did.
You
No,
did,
I didn't.
yeah.
I did.
Oh no, you didn't. Mine.
I spelled
Adam.
it first.
Oh wait, why did that happen? You should have gotten it.
Yeah, what the hell? Oh, that's gay. This is gay.
No, the game gave it to Adam because he's new. Because Adam is new here. Let's go, game.
So I got one word.
All right, I guess I'm not doing Ring Fit. I have a Wii upstairs. Do I bring the Wii downstairs and exercise?
I sold my Wii.
Damn. Oh yeah, no, you need the ring attachment. Yeah, that's too much work. I should just exercise, but also
Get me
don't-
some EA
I
and
don't want to.
crumbs. I love plain white toast and muffins with butter. It's just a in it.
bro, British people probably get so annoyed from that. But it's still funny, Chi. Bye. Alright.
In the Caribbean. Well, I don't know.
Oh my god.
Alex, would Alex work? Probably not.
That'd be
Bro,
funny.
it is so hot here, man.
Really?
I'm not even lying, man. It's like 30 degrees.
Sheesh. That's like
I'm
80
cold.
something for you Americans in
Fahrenheit,
chat.
yeah, I don't.
Lamp. I'm a beast.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Lampo. Let's go, Lampo.
The OG Wii Fit, right? Should I bring it?
Fit.
Should I bring the Wii Fit?
Go on.
I don't think I could connect it though.
I'm third now. Fuck.
I don't think I could connect the Wii Fit. Ruffle? Oh, I spelled it wrong. No, I'm not typing anything. Ruffle. Let's go. Oh, it's not the big word.
Huh. Fuck.
Flarer? I don't know. Yeah, I'm gonna check some notifications and see what happened while I was sleeping. Nathan clipped me?
Oh, he said it first. Fuck. Okay, never mind.
Taika Waititi is a director. I'm so shocked.
This is when I was...
Raph. I can't even be bothered to play anymore, man.
Oh my god,
My name is Adam Hello Fleur.
my fitness pal, 20% off premium dashboard feature. It's like they knew I was talking about exercise. That's funny or scary. Aw. I'm tutoring a Japanese girl in English, and I asked her dad to like leave a review for me so I could get more reviews on the website, and he has such a nice review for me. That's so nice. But
Laura, I don't fucking know.
okay, what do I need to look at? I didn't really get many notifications. Let's go. Okay. I think I'm gonna take a shower.
Okay.
No, we lost at level 4. But I
Bruh.
think I'm gonna take a shower and boo.
I'm saying
boo
messages
indeed.
to quickly shut up.
Okay. Want that to change PP? Want notifications? No, it's okay. I'm good. Might be a good idea. Yeah. Enjoy, guys. I'll be back in 15 minutes. Hey,
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
not
gonna go too.
smelly, Coco. You're gonna go too? All right. It was nice talking, Deluxe.
Yeah, see ya, man. See everyone.
See ya.
Peace.
Peace. Lion. I'm not smelling. I smell good. I smell good. Well, I smell good, okay? I had the AC on at like 72 degrees Fahrenheit. I smell good, okay? Don't be a hater, BK. I'm kind of curious to see how I slept. I want to check that. I want to see how it looks. Chain smoking in and out. Yeah, I'm gonna shower and then I'll be back for some. What should we play when I get back? I don't know. Maybe some Super Mario speedrunning and stuff. Hey, Tyler, what's up? Ohio. Ohayou gozaimasu. Ohayou gozaimasu. Let me do this. I got this recently. Look at this. Look how cool this is. It's a whiteboard for stream. Oh, can I type it out normally? It's so hard to type. Shower. Oh, I feel the alcohol in me. That's not good. Showering. Okay, I'll be back. Gonna get some refill on my water too. Lost that level 1. What losers? Come on, guys. Come on, Tyler. Rip indeed. I'm gonna help out with one word before I go. Dick? No, that's picked. Let's go. All right. Bye.
Welcome back, Pink Pink. I think you're muted.
Why? Oh, it's working. Okay. Thank you for hydrate, Nathan. Okay. I'm finally back. You're welcome. Thanks. My mic wasn't working. I just unplugged and plugged it back in. Oh. Okay. We're going to play some Mario. Okay. We only got 18 hours left. Easy, baby. Easy. Where's my... What button is for the whiteboard? Here it goes. Okay. We're... Mario. Exactly. I'm also gonna leave the Discord for now, Nathan. Sorry. I'll be back later, though. Yeah. Just a little... Oh, I don't know. Tired. All right. Mario. Where is Mario? Does anyone remember? I remember. Super Mario Projects Avenue. Sometimes riding. Hey, this music's good. Let's see if I remember how to even speedrun this. Nathan, thank you for staying up so late. Did anyone pop in throughout the night, like on the Discord? Gotta thank Timmy as well when he wakes up. I have so much stuff open. Jesus. I have to try to wait for so long. Let's go. I think I have a button for this. Let's see if I get this right. 3, 2, 1. Oh. I need 0. No. Why isn't it showing? Yeah. Oh, I know why. There we go. There we go. Oh, I didn't think about the timer and stuff. Whoa. All right. Had to hide away for so long. Tim and I were, Hey, welcome, random. We're alone in the call, then I fell asleep, so I don't know after that. Gotcha. No worries. Oh, I am still waking up. Let me change the category. Super Mario 64. Is this day 2? It's kind of day 2, right? Trying to get sub 20. I was already here. My bad. I was sleeping. How you doing though, random? I apologize. Let me get live stream or not live stream. Mr. Mind. Live split. 3, 2, 1. Boom. Why is that crowd thing just showing? I played Words on stream alone with Nathan. Aw, nice. I only wake up because of Doctor's TTS. Lol. Ayo, look at that. Okay. Where do I put the timer though? The subathon timer. Put it like here, I guess. And the sub goal I could leave there. I haven't streamed. I haven't done this game in a long time. Okay. Let's see if the buttons work. Hey, they work. Okay. If I go to speed run, reset. No. Okay. Let's see.
I have no idea why I bought this.
You have no idea why you bought this. Yeah. People like TTS. Oh. Let me see. I haven't played this in forever. I'm gonna be trash. I think the button was F1. Yep, there we go. I am gonna get killed, guys. Killed. I don't even remember stuff. I hope I remember how to play. Oh. We're gonna watch how I slept afterwards. I'm kind of curious to see how I slept. Did I go in the fetal position? You know, I don't know. I am curioso. You're gonna go for now? All right, see you, random. Thanks for sticking around. I appreciate it. We are back with 18 hours left. Oh, it kind of covers the thing. Oh, God. I forgot how to jump. Shit. I forgot. Okay. This is going to be terrible. First run back. Oh, isn't it like this? Yeah, okay. Like that. No! Okay. I mean, I remember it had a long jump, so it's not the worst thing. There we go. And I opened the wrong door. Oh. God damn it. There we go. Okay, pretty bad start. This is not going to be sub 20, but I'm already falling behind. I keep forgetting the... I don't remember where the camera placement was. Because you could change the camera in this game, which is kind of cool. Nice pink. Nice. You could also do this. Damn it! Oh my god, that was so bad. Ow. There we go. Alright, not bad. Okay, pretty bad, but yeah, no, not bad. When I high, I hump every... Yes. Okay, and then I do that, and I do that. Oh no, there's another way to do that, but... Yeah, we're 45 seconds behind. Pretty bad. Your side... The nighttime it runs on. I'll be pretty happy with like a 25-minute run here. The sun. Great quote. I know, right? What's up, BK? It's too early in the morning. Oh my god. I am so tired. How are you? How did you sleep? Okay, I think I have to do that. Ooh, my fingers remembered. That's sick. Let's go. Oh my god, yes. That was pretty decent. No, I screwed that up. Okay, that's fine. There we go. There we go. I'm remembering all this. Let's go. I'm up. Usually I'm getting ready to sleep at this hour. Oh, that's right. That's crazy. I forgot about that. Oh my god. I just did that so well. For someone who hasn't played in a long time. Oh. Go in. Did you join the voice chat, Coco? You're more than welcome to join. I gave you the roll. Oh my god, how did I not jump there? I gave you the roll there. Oh, I remember what I had to do here. I just screwed up, but it's okay. Oh, this is a funny song. Alright, I have to go here. Like that, and then... No! I forgot. Yeah, and then that. And that. Oh my god, if I get this first try back. Let's go! I actually got it. Hopefully I fixed my awful sleep schedule. I hope so. I didn't know I could. Aw, I'm sorry. I thought a doctor told you. Yeah, I gave you and Amanda, I think, the roles. Streamer roles. GG's. Thank you. Okay, then now I have to go this way. No. My fingers remember a lot of that. Oh, I almost never do that thing where you don't have to jump. Shout out Coco if you enjoy Animal Crossing. You might have mentioned it, but I forgot. Oh, okay. And Kirby. Ooh, that looks cool. Oh, I'm an idiot. Just for future reference, when we're doing this, Nathan, try not to shout out people too often, because it's, because if I actually get, well, actually, for now it was fine, but, oh my god, if I actually get the record, I would have to show the screen to get it actually, like, oh my god, I'm doing so bad now. To get it confirmed as for the website as a world record or whatever. No, I jumped way too high. I think I need one more star here. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. But yeah, check out Coco if, you know, for those that are still here. Oh, I didn't sleep that long, huh? That is not what I meant to do. Muscles. Look at these goddamn muscles, bro. Hell yeah. Boom. Should have worked out for that. It's okay. There we go. This is good. Let's go. This is a good run back. I'm feeling pretty good. I could never do speedruns. That's what I thought until someone, I don't remember who, told me to try out speedrunning. Nice, Pink. Nice. That was bad. And then I tried it out, and it's actually really fun. I tried to get less than 20 minutes in this game. For a full month, I streamed it. But I didn't stream it long enough, and I ended up getting my best possible time, as you can see on the bottom. 20 minutes and 56 seconds. So basically, I'm not good enough. Oh, did I screw that up? Oh my god, I remember everything. That's crazy. I did kind of screw it up, but wasn't that bad. My fingers are remembering. Guys, I haven't played this in like months. My fingers are... Oh, okay. Never mind. I'm just gonna not talk now. Oh no! That was so bad. I'm a casual player. I fuck up too much. Yeah, me too. But to be honest, like... No! I suck. I also screw up a lot, as you could tell. How to Eat Life, nice. Oh yeah, I'll put song request on. After I try this. Jesus. Your fingers remember most of the stuff. Yep. Yeah, right after I said, look, I'm pretty good at speedrunning, I pretty much just kept dying. There's a thing here, that's why. There we go. That's what I was trying to do. Which I couldn't do. When I don't screw up even once, that's when I get really close to making it in 20 minutes. I'm screwing up a lot now. Oh, I remember the stress with this. But I was hoping I could get under 20 minutes during the subathon, so if I could, that would be awesome. Yes! Okay, let's go. Let's go. I'm remembering most stuff. We're falling pretty far behind. See, right now, if I did every next section as best as I could, I would finish at 21 minutes and 55 seconds. Oh no, my best possible time is lower. I'm sorry. The best I ever got was I think 20 minutes and like, I don't remember, but I think it was lower. I forgot it updates as you play. It's confusing. Yeah, speedrunning is hard. Oh. Oh yeah, and I think I'll put on makeup too for the next sub goal, by the way, for those that were curious. Yes! Oh my god, I'm surprised I got that. I thought I would screw that up. Oh, come on. Maybe I will screw it up. No! Hey, Cashew, what's up? You look like a pro. Well, yeah, bad timing. This is my first game back after a couple of months. I'm okay with screwing up a bit. It's okay. I am okay with that. I'll get mad later on. No! Or maybe now too, I don't know. No! I'm so slow now. I used to do so much better there. I am jinxing it. Oh my god. This is bad. This is technically one of the hardest parts of the game, but oh my god, I'm screwing it up so royally bad. Come on, ping. There we go. Jesus. Ah! The stupid ass camera. Oh my god, this is so bad. Ah, why don't you stop? Oh my god. This is really bad. It's okay. It's okay. It's good practice. I need to get all these red coins, guys. Okay. Jump. There we go. And then I have to come here. Get this red coin. Turn around. I missed it. Oh yeah, this is I missed it again. You'll get mad during the Celeste speedrun. I don't know if I'm gonna do Celeste speedrun. Alright. No! Okay, that was not what was supposed to happen, but it's fine. I'm still here somehow. No! Oh my god. I was so close to being terrible. Okay. No, I screwed that up. It's fine. Ayo, okay. You have 17 hours to fill. True. I will be gone for about 3 of those hours. But, hey, I could play a lot in 17 hours. And Celeste could be one of those. I want to beat it before doing a speedrun of it, though. Okay, let's see how bad I am at throwing Bowser. No, I missed. Oh, that's so annoying. Oh, I forgot it does that. Come on. Come on. No! I fell, no! Okay. Blind speedrun? Bro, that would take 17 hours, bro. I don't know if that's worth it. Let's go. Okay. 3rd time's the charm. That was really bad. But it's okay. Oh. Oh my god. I didn't even stand under. Alright. Let's see if I remember where to go from here. Oh. So there's 2 things you could do here. I'm gonna do this. Oh no, I think this is the faster way. I don't remember. I think I have to go here. And then I put the key that I got from Bowser. I think I'm doing everything right, yeah. And this is the basement of the game. And then I gotta go here. I think. Yeah. Boom! Okay, that wasn't that bad. Okay. This... Oh, I messed up. I don't remember which side I had to go. Oh, I messed up! Damn! 10 gift subs? Aw, cashew. Wait, I gotta. Ah! What am I doing? Alright, after the speed run, I'm gonna play a song for you, bro. Thank you so much. Jesus, we're almost at 24 hours again. Damn, though. Jesus. Who got it? Tanis? Zuxi. Oh, that's the Jewish guy. Super Sky, Rose, Soda, Carpenter, Food. You know what? I'm gonna pause the speed run, which is okay because it's not a good speed run anyway. There was a lot happening on screen. Yeah. Damn. All right, I'm gonna turn off. Here, I'll put song requests on. This is Doja Cat from Janelle. Damn. Wait, I gotta play some guitar for you, man. That was a lot of subs. Wait, let's add this. Each sub adds 30 minutes, yep. Thank you, Cashew, for the 10 subs. I messed it up. This is a new version. Thank you, Cashew. Thank you, Cashew, for the 10 subs. Thank you, Cashew, for the 10 subs. Alright, that was kind of bad. But, yeah, thank you, bro. Hey, what's up, Sky? Long time no see. But, yeah. Nice coming in to say thank you. We're doing, what are we doing? We're doing a speed run right now. So, well, we're doing a subathon right now. Jesus. Oh, you guys can't hear the song requests, huh? Oh my god, I did that so perfectly. Alright. Come on. Yes! Teach me how to sing like that? I got you, bro. 10 more subs and I teach you. Just kidding. Okay, I'm gonna up the background music. It's so low. Oh, now it's too loud. Alright, that's good volume, right? How you doing, Sky? Okay, that was bad. At least I didn't forget anything so far. Okay, no! There we go. That's the strap. No, stop! I hate when that happens. Alright. We're good. There we go. Okay, that was pretty bad, but my movement there was pretty trash. This was like 2 weeks after I started speedrunning. This was like how good I was. It's been a hot minute, but I'm doing good. Real busy lately. No, it has been a hot minute, but nice to hear that you're doing well. Yeah, sometimes life gets busy. Hit! There we go. Sometimes life gets busy for sure. What were we doing? Oh my god, I'm screwing up so much. But this is fun. I haven't done this in a long time. My fingers remember so much. The timing is a bit off though. Ugh. There we go. There we go. Okay, I used to screw up on this a lot. Let's see if I got it. Okay. No, stop. There we go. Oh my god, that was so bad. I'm happy to hear you're doing good though. I'm doing good too, if you're wondering. Just doing a subathon and tutoring English on the side. What else am I doing? I don't know. My life, I want to go to Japan. Oh my god. By July 2023 or something, I want to go to Japan. Since I was there for 2 years teaching English, I want to say hi to some of those people, and yeah. I'm kind of surprised that I haven't forgotten anything here. I'm not gonna lie. All right, I'm gonna screw up this part, Mips. All right, come on. No! No! I screwed it up. Hey, Chris, what's up? Spaboiled, welcome back. Oh, nice. Yeah. Yes, okay, I got him. That wasn't as bad as it could have been. Yeah, I want to go back to Japan for 2 weeks, so... I mean, I'm working and stuff. I want to become bigger on streaming and on YouTube and stuff, so... Yo, first try, let's go! Yo! Oh my god, my fingers remember everything! That's crazy! Okay. I jinxed it. Let's go! That took some time, but I still got it. PP got more subs? Yeah! Cashew gifted 10 goddamn subs. Damn. How you doing, Chris? We have 22 and a half hours left. I just woke up like an hour ago? I don't know anymore. I'm so tired. Oh, I'm actually just regular tired. Nice summer. I do not remember this rabbit at all in this game. Yeah, for speedrunning, you have to use a thing where you clip the rabbit through the door to basically go through this door to get this star and kind of skip part of the game. So speedrunning this game, you only need to get 16 stars. Damn, I can tell I'm good. What is this song? Oh, that's not bad. I'm not playing bad at all. Ugh, I keep jinxing it. Dino with the 62. True. Well, that's guys, those are all-time subs. So, Janelle's been here for like a year. But yeah, still crazy. For those that are wondering, I keep all-time subs on all the time, so you can always see where you are. Jesus, that was terrible. Oh my god. Okay, you know what? That's fine. It could have been worse. This is the only time I have to get in the fire, to jump up here. Ah, that was so bad. I can't see. Okay, that was bad. Oh my god, that was super bad. Okay. That was less bad. Let's go. Let's go. It's hard to read chat at this place, but I'll read chat afterwards. Oh, actually, I could read here. This is your first go around. Okay, Super Mario again. Yep. This is my first time playing it since a couple of months ago. So not too bad for that, you know. For that fact. Oh, no. All right. That's fine. And then there we go. Could have been better. That makes sense. I was always too small brain to speedrun. That's what I always thought. But PP, what's all-time subs? Like subs from since the beginning. A lot of streamers have it so it resets after a month or a week. No! I didn't grab his tail! But I kind of feel like that's ripping people off. Or it's not ripping people off. It's just weird. Like, I feel like it's cool to see your all-time subs. Like, yes. Okay, that wasn't that bad. The next part is the hardest part of the run. I love the Japanese radio hits. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Sup, you nerd. What's up, Jared? How you doing? I just woke up recently, if you can't tell. You guys could strong request music, by the way. Can someone do the E song? Oh my god. Can someone do exclamation point music? We're gonna check out the VOD later of me sleeping. I'm kind of curious to see how that looks like. Nice, so more hours. Yes. You can thank Cashew came in here with 10 goddamn gifted subs, so we're almost at 24 hours again, which is kind of cool. Oh, I screwed that up. But yeah, I was speedrunning this game for like a month. Spaboiled, to be honest, I also thought like I would never speedrun. This is too hard. But it's actually really fun and not as hard as you might think. You like go crazy, pee-pee. I watched you sleep all night. Sussy Baka. How did I sleep? How did it look? Oh, Spaboiled, you're Bean. That's right, I forgot. Why don't you change your username to Bean? I gotta say Bean. Nathan calls you Cracker. Go faster! This is like one of the most annoying things. You were moving a lot? Oh, was I? There's a light directly on me so you guys could see me. I gotta figure out something better for tonight. Because it was hard to sleep. Leave my freckles be. Are you serious? Come on, Mario. I might go to sleep right now? Yeah, sleep if you need to, bro. If you were actually here all night, for sure. Thanks for staying in. It's so annoying. Damn. I'm gonna have a new account soon, so I'm just write out the egg. Nice. You could change the username if you want. It's just good as not a cracker. Okay. My eyes hurt? Yeah, you don't need to do that. You don't need to stay up. Especially when I'm just sleeping. I don't know how interesting that is, but... Yes! Alright, so that's what you have to do, by the way, guys. You basically build up so much momentum that it phases you through the door. And lets you get to Bowser even faster. Gonna lose all your sub badges. I'm gonna have a new account. Oh yeah, that's true. A lot of Japanese songs requested, which is fine. I'm always down for that. Let's go. The strategy worked. All right. So that's the most annoying part of the speedrun because it's hard to get that consistently fast. And then this is the last part of the speedrun where you gotta verse Bowser. Ah! Unless you suck. Oh. No gay cracker for you. I didn't get to see feet, so I feel... You didn't see my feet when I slept? Really? Bro! I'm playing so bad. Oh, I'm sorry. My friend I'm co-streaming with already has affiliates, so sigh. Sag. Now these are bops? These are bops. I'm trying to do this fast, but I shouldn't. This is my first speed run back in like months. How you doing though, Gerardo? I don't know why I like calling you that. E. Hey, my fingers remember so much. It's so freaking sick. Come on. Oh my god, that is so cool. My fingers are crazy. That's what she said. That's what he said to her. You got it? All right, I'm going to try this crazy... Oh! What am I doing? I was going to say I'm going to try this crazy strat, but I screwed it up. Oh my god. I don't know. I was half asleep. Fair. So maybe there was feet, but you just didn't see it. I love that I come back 12 hours later and we're still above 24 hours. Well, each sub is 30 minutes and we just got gifted 10 subs from Cashew. Thank you, Cashew. So yeah, things are cray-cray now. Oh shit, this part is so hard. I got it first try! Oh my god, guys, that is like an advanced strat. Like no joke, or like an intermediate strat. I pushed sitting in my car too long. Don't want to go to work. All right, see ya. Thanks for sticking in, I appreciate it. Oh, and thank you for the for the gifted sub, bro. I'm gonna play for you. All right, I'm gonna play on the guitar for you. Damn, thank you. Leg was so close to my stomach. Lol. That's what she said to him. Yeah. Wait, what? Bye, Bean. Thank you as well. You gave me a sub, right? I don't remember at this point. I'm sorry. I think so. If not, thanks for staying in anyway. Hey, good first throw. Oh my god. That was so good. All right. Yes! Why couldn't this be the run? I'm actually playing decent all the way in the end. I'm about to play some freaking guitar right now, too. Guitar Hero? I should get Guitar Hero again. Oh my god! Let's go! I didn't screw up at all. The fucking avatar filter. It's great, right? Nice balls, thanks. Bowser looks... Wow. The finger remark. She said it to him. Yeah, I got it. Her fingers are better than his. Let's go. 28 minutes, 39 seconds. Sub 30 is actually pretty good for my first run back. Can I beat Mod for watching you sleep? No. The coconut song. Oh my god. I need blood. What the hell? All right. See you later, Nathan. Oh, the song is great. Nathan showed me this song. Okay. Thank you for the song, Jared. I'm bald. You guys could see me bald, actually. At a certain sub goal that might be kind of far away. I don't remember where it is. You know what I mean? Yeah, you do you, bro. Do I know what you mean? I don't know if I know what you mean, actually. Yeah, so my fastest time was 9... Huh? It wasn't 19 minutes. That's wrong. There we go. It was 21 minutes, 46 seconds. Looks sexy? Bruh. Gotta smash? Bruh. Thank you for hydrate. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm trying to get sub 20 during the subathon. But I was so confident in myself. Now that I'm looking at it, I'm like, I don't know if I'm gonna get sub 20. What's the world record? Oh, the world record is insane. I don't even remember. It's insane though. It's much higher than, or much lower than anything I'm gonna get today. But basic, I don't remember. I actually don't remember. I used to be in such a mood to watch this on YouTube and stuff. It is not 69 seconds. It's like a bunch of minutes. Because you have to get all 16 stars. I don't know, it was like 10 minutes or something. I don't know. 16 minutes, I think, is the world record. Yeah, now that I remember, I think it's around 16 minutes. I'm not going to pass the world record. You have to do insane strats for the world record. Like, it would be impossible for... But if I get sub 20, less than 20 minutes, that like shows that you're a decent speedrunner in this game. Like, you're above average, like, you're pretty decent, pretty good. It's like the first challenge to pass as a beginner speedrunner in this game. And I would get really hyped if I got it. Made costumes 400 and bald is 500. Don't tell them. But yeah, it's a lot of subs. Let me see. Hey, I did the first thing good. That's good. What do I mean? I'm gonna get my nails done and I'm gonna get makeup. Like my nails, like a manicure. And possibly makeup as well. Nathan, don't tell them the secrets of the sub goals. They are secrets. Some of the sub goals are gonna be quite interesting. All right, let's see if I could do this. Oh my god! Oh my... Yo, that was so fast! I actually got both of... I got the 2 tricks I needed to get on that map to do it fast. Oh my god, that was so good. See, I saved 25 seconds for my fastest run. What is this song? You're gonna look sexy as hell? True. So if we get sub 20, when he's at 300 subs, we can get bald, PP, and maid costume. True. I asked? Oh, my bad. No, I screwed it up. I'm still not gonna get sub 20 this run, I think. I'm too rusty. I make too many mistakes. Although I will say the hardest things I haven't made too many mistakes on so far. Which is pretty awesome. What is this song? It's beautiful. Ah! No! That is not what was supposed to happen. Shit. That's already bad. I gotta use the backup now and get this star. Rusty on these nuts, yes. You asked PP. Oh. How you doing though, everyone? Oh. Eggs. I should have done some yoga. Oh, is this the E song? Yeah, if you do song, then you could see what song it is. Song Q. Oh my god! I'm sucking asshole. What? I'm sucking butt. You want to do SQ for song Q. Or you could spell it out, but... yeah. It is? Lol. Oh, stop! Oh my god. I'm not trying to kill that stupid thing. I'm trying to go here. There we go. Basically, this strat, you go like this. It's a glitch in the matrix. You go like this, and then you're supposed to get the star. Let's go. I got it. Damn. No, that just shows how long you've been following for. You want to do watch time if you want to see how long you've been watching. He needs mod. I need a mod. Huh? No, I don't need mod right now. I like this song. The coconut song. There we go. Okay, I thought I screwed that up. Ayo, there you go. And then if you want to see the Hall of Fame every month, the top 10 people of watch time go into the Hall of Fame, into the Reddit, because we have a subreddit, which isn't used much. And you also go on the Discord on the Hall of Fame if you're number 1. I killed Naruto. How could you? I guess I went to sleep and my big booty clicked off. Oh, yeah, probably. Damn, Coco got 15 hours. Sheesh. Ah! How am I screwing this up so bad? Oh my god. Family. Let's go. Okay, that was good. I think I have the most hours for first place. Right now? I don't know. Check. Damn it. Oh, I'm doing really bad here. I played the world game. What's the world game? Oh. Bro, I gotta poop. TMI, sorry. There we go. Alright, now we go on the owl. Oh my god. And this is the last... Oh, we're still doing okay on time. I saved so much time in the first section. Because I pretty much almost perfected it for me. Come on. Yes, let's go. Hey, we're doing good. Doctor got the most hours. He was probably here all stream. I think Chi has the most, no? Or Dinal. Out of all the people that got first place... Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, you have the most first... Actually, I'm not sure. Doctor has quite a bit as well. Oh, that was really bad. Oh. Oh my god. Why do I feel like I need to burp, but I'm not burping? Do you guys ever have that feeling? It's a terrible feeling. Ow, stop. Hear this opera. It is beautiful opera. Oprah? Oprah is beautiful. What? I'm the coconut family. Alright, that was not as bad as it could have been. Okay, then we want to do this. Now, I don't want to screw this part up. Okay, not bad. Oh my god. Oh my... Bro! How are you not... There we go. I cry every time. Nice. Family. Oh my god, I'm so tired. I don't know how I'm gonna tutor today. I didn't realize how hard this is gonna be. I think I've only slept like 5-6 hours, huh? It was so hard to sleep in the beginning. No! I almost went in the hole. That's what she said. Or he, you know. Put this in your playlist? Nah, it's not that good. No! No! Oh my god. Oof indeed. It's okay. I've taught in Japan hungover. I'm sure I'll be fine tutoring for an hour. Bro, when I taught hungover in Japan, I never did it again because Jesus Christ. That was not fun. I have a story. Oh, I almost screwed it up again. No sleep, gang. Let's go. That indeed is what he said. Oh, that was terrible. You killed the child. I did. Actually, I slept early. Hell yeah. Because we had lo-fi music playing, right? Sleeping early is great. I'm so shocked at myself. I have that effect on people. I can make them, I could shock people and help them sleep. So you're welcome. Think I'm good for blood? Nice. You're an imposter. Proud of you, though. I never slept. You just said like 5 messages ago. 5 messages ago that you thought you slept. Huh? Oh, there it is. It's almost my birthday. Let's go. Lo-fi is so good. It makes you want to fall asleep, though. I'm not going to lie. No, I missed it. Okay, that's fine. I'll do the other version. Other version? What? No, other version. I love this song. There was a Japanese girl that loved this was her favorite song, and she sang pretty well as well. And and that's what I remember when I think of this song. What the? Stop! Oh my god, I suck buttholes for fun. What? Ping, what are you saying? Nice. Nice. Oh my god, this is so bad. As long as my time... Ah! No! I fell. When you're so sleepy, you feel like you slept. Yeah, true. I passed out at like 1 a.m. and woke up 6:45. Good shit. That means you might be tired today. And you might go to sleep at an even more normal time today, which would be awesome. I'm gonna break up the squad that stays up late. I'm gonna help you all fall asleep. Ah! God damn it. She could probably sing better than all of us. You don't even know her. But yeah, she sang pretty good. Pretty well. Sometimes it's perfect just chilling, but it can like lull you back to sleep for sure, right? So much butt sucking. Hot. Thanks. No, I'm on fire. Okay, let's see if I got this. Yes! I remembered how to do that trick. There's such little things that I've practiced so many times because I'm a speedrunner. Like that. Oh my god. That's like one of the hardest things. What am I doing? What was that? Oh my god. The song definitely doesn't fit the current vibe. True. It does. Well, you guys could song request music, so. How you doing though, Cashew? How was the dinner? And how was your birthday stuff? And are you still celebrating your birthday? Because I know some people still celebrate, you know? Okay, this is... Ah! This is the part... This is the only part I can't read chat. The only part. It was good? Hell yeah. I say as I read chat. Oh! Okay, that's a shortcut. Oh! Oh my god. But I screwed it up so many times. What the hell was that? Okay. Why do I keep like almost dying? Alright, that was pretty bad. I did pass out lurking on stream. That's what I'm taking. Break the Insomniacs. I've broken the Insomniacs before. Diego, who used to come on stream a lot, but he's really busy now. He used to say he had insomnia, and I talked to him about it. About like stuff he could do to improve, and he actually did it, and he was able to sleep again. So that was pretty cool. It's 8:39 for you. For me, it is 9:41. So we're an hour. You're in Mountain Time, yeah? I think that's Mountain Time, or Central Time. I forget. Central Time maybe. Let's go. It hit. Oh, the one you request doesn't fit. Very large triangles. Lol. My sleep schedule has been fucked since February. Damn. See, I'm helping you out. Hell yeah. I kind of am because I made waffles today. Hell yeah. That's right. With your new waffle thingy, right? Yo, what's up, Clear? We are indeed speedrunning. I'm at 940. You misclicked. Gotcha. I actually don't think I should have gone in there. Only when I have a reason to. Fair. Wait, where do I go now? I go here. I'm screwing up. I'm in New York City. Oh, yeah, that's right. So am I. I forgot you mentioned that yesterday. I want a bacon, lettuce, and tomato. Nice. I would also without the bacon. But how you doing, Clear? How's life going? Oh, yeah, I could actually stream at normal hours for Clear. What is this song? What is this? Is this the Triangles? Oh, sounds good. I'm fine when you're. Huh? Okay, this part is one of the coolest looking parts of the speedrun. If I don't screw it up. Let's go! Let's go! No matter how much I sleep, I'm still tired. You have to figure it out, man. I think, like, for me, 8 hours is perfect. Huh! If I sleep 8 hours, I'm usually, like, really good. This is insane. Yeah, this is my second speedrun of this game after months of not speedrunning it. So, I'm making a lot of mistakes, but I'm still playing pretty decently, I guess. I'm gonna find... Oh, you're gonna find where I live? Good luck with that. New York is hella big. There we go. No! I almost screwed that up so badly. All right, we're gonna take the longer way because I screwed that up. All right, that wasn't that bad. What if it's turkey bacon? Turkey bacon is fine, but I don't even like that much, to be honest. New York City is huge, exactly. I am in Brooklyn, but Brooklyn still has millions of people, so good luck. And I'm not saying anything else. I'm in North Brooklyn. I mean, what? Downtown Brooklyn. I mean, what? Just kidding. Okay, so there you actually purposefully... I screwed up! You purposely go in the fire, but now I'm just screwing up. What is this song? This sounds like from the Zohan or something. You live above that deli, right? Bro, honestly, that would have been a great guess, but no. So many people live above delis in New York. I'm not a fan of turkey bacon, to be honest. Fair. But you like normal bacon, right? I'll find you no matter how long it takes. I don't know what to say to that. Good luck. He lives in the Barclays Center. Damn, why are you telling people, bro? Bro, you know how good of content that would be if I lived in the Barclays Center? That'd be so good. You think you found the area? Yo, send it to me on Discord. I'll tell you if that's where I live. It's not too... I forgot to pick up the star. No, I picked up the star. God damn it. Bacon would be one reason I could never convert. You should have said, it's the only reason I would never convert. And I would be like, fair. I don't like the taste of pork. Like, I've had it before accidentally or whatever. I don't like it. Bro, are you serious? There we go. This is green triangles. This sounds mad weird. Tastes like human. Nice. Squid Game theme. Oh, that's a good song. Can't cause you won't tell me even if I got it right. I was actually gonna tell you, but I guess yeah, I probably shouldn't, right? I don't care about doxing myself, to be honest. The only reason I do, well, that's a lie. I care about doxing myself, but the biggest reason is because I live with family, and like you could find so much information about my family through me. But once I move out, you know, maybe I'll dox myself a little more. I don't like other forms of pork. Oh wow, interesting actually. Oh, I forgot I have to do the side flip here. Squid Games. Don't screw it up, Ping. Come on. No, I screwed it up. I have one more chance. Yes. All right, that was good. I was up all night watching your YouTube. Were you actually? You were watching my YouTube? All right, tell me 3 videos you watched of mine. What's my mom's phone number? It's the same as your mom's phone number because your mom's my mom. What? What are you saying, Ping? So here you clip through the door. You get the rabbit, which is actually... Oh my god, I can't believe I did that first try. And then you come here and you clip through this door. You see? Okay, that was actually done pretty quickly. Bacon, sausage, ribs, pulled pork, all slap. Beyond that, meh. That's a lot. You ever played Crab Game? No, but I've seen people play it. Maybe we'll play it today. Banger song. True. They were all shit. So why'd you keep watching if you didn't enjoy the YouTube videos? That seems pretty dumb by you, bro. We know your sister met a celebrity and is dating him. True. My sister is dating Tom Holland. That is true. It's very fun. Nice. It does look fun. It looks funny, too. But it's a dead game. Do people still play it? Bro, you're toxic for attention, King. That's how I could tell you're, like, mad young. I'll give you ribs and some pulled pork is good, but not a huge fan of sausage. Unless I mean... Good one. 18 plus stream over here, guys. Oh my god, I screwed up the thing where you get on the thing. There we go. Ah! There we go. Jesus. Come on, get up the ship. Let's go. Let's go. That was pretty shit. I'm gonna lurk while I go for a shower. Nice. Tell Tom Holland to f***ing hire me. I gotta ask my sister for you. I got you. Wait, is it weird to watch Twitch in the shower? No, it's kind of hot. Depends what you're doing in the shower while watching. I think that's what might make it weird. Shit, I screwed it up. No! Oh my god, if I died there, that would have been so sad. I need the heart. I need the heart. I need a heart. You do it sometimes? I think it's fine. As long as you don't tell people that you're watching in this shower, but you just did, so. Now it's kind of... It's not weird for me, though, because that just gets me excited, clear. I mean, what? Alright. Oh, I forgot the trick I used to do there. To do it faster. Damn it. I screwed it up. It's okay, though. There we go. Watch behind your ears listening to this filth. True. Just do it, clear. I took a relook, and I think I was on crack old Naruto fan versus new Naruto fan. Slapped, not gonna lie. Hey, I'm glad you enjoyed my YouTube content. I appreciate that. I spend many, many hours editing for that channel. My editor did a little as well. Yeah, I made it weird now. That's what I'm saying. Nah, I don't care, though. That's kind of an interesting thing, though. But I guess most people in chat think it's fine, so you're good. Yes, I grabbed his tail. There's like a few second window where you could shit, where you could grab his tail. All right, come on. I gotta grab his tail again. I don't even see it. Yes, I grabbed it. I grabbed it by his tail. Let's go. I watch it on the toilet sometimes. Oh yeah, I do everything on the toilet, bro. I am not black. Although some people in chat say I'm black. I'm brown. Which is pretty bad. No, it's fine. I'm not insecure about anything about me. I'm not a teenager anymore. When I was a teenager, I was pretty insecure about stuff, but yeah. Like about how hairy I am. I feel like there are definitely unacceptable times to be watching. Well, if you're like having sex, that would probably be weird. And you just have Twitch open and you're like, ping pong, you got this, speed run. You know, that'd be a little weird, but. Hey, Rosie, what's up? I slept. The first hour, it was so hard for me to fall asleep. But not for like 5 minutes. It was weird because I was like, damn, the camera's right on me. But only for like 5 minutes. Then it just became weird because. Not weird. It just became hard because of the light. You know? But for the amount of hours I slept a couple hours. I slept good. That was a long story. How did you sleep? You got big and sexy feet. I feel like you're trying to speedrun your way to a ban king, but I'm not sure. Or should I say God? I'm just joking. God's cousin. You guys are so similar. Watching Ecstasy in the middle of a funeral. Yeah, that's probably pretty bad. That's what I do with your stepmom, Ping. Well, I'm happy she's enjoying some content of mine, at least. How's she doing, by the way? Is that enough? Is that enough speed to clip through the door? Come on. I don't think it's enough. Oh, it was enough. Let's go. That was actually not bad. That's like, if I was going for my personal best, that would be bad, but. Weigh what I've done. Just do it. Oh, it's so frustrating. Yes. God damn it. Just go faster. Why is this harder than the first staircase? Calm down, Ping. Stop. Go faster, you fascist. I hate this game. I actually hate this game. This is the most annoying part of the game. By far. God's real name is Zach. What a basic name. That is a basic name. Basic names are not bad, though. Oh my god, come on! Oh, like, are you serious? Rosie is a very nice name. I don't know if that's your IRL name, but that's a nice name. Can we go faster? Like, that's what she said. Or he, you know. Finally. Oh my god, I still screwed it up. Bro, I want to punch something in the face. Oh, Pinga. Yeah. I accidentally said ping pong masters during sex. Nice. Nice. Sub 30? Bro, at this point, I don't even know. Nintendo made it too hard to cheat. No, I'm just dumb, bro. Oh my god. Ah, Jesus Christ. That was so annoying. Sub 30 is actually possible, but oh my god, that pissed me off. I forgot how annoying this game can be. Oh, I messed up. Bad game design. Wait, huh? Basically, it's an infinite staircase, and you could only go up by Jesus, I can't speak English. A lot of this game has to do with glitching. Or not, I don't know. Manipulating the speed mechanics of the game. Basically, you can make Mario go faster than he should be going. And that allows you to skip certain parts of the game. Oh shit. I have to say happy birthday to my cousin. No, I screwed it up. Oh, whatever. There's a shortcut there too, but I screwed it up. We're gonna have to take the long way, boys and girls. The long way is long. The short way is short. It helps you skip a lot of things, but that's not what I meant to do, but we're good, we're good. It basically lets you skip all of this. Some of you guys saw this, but okay, that was okay. That was my favorite YouTube video. Okay, I don't know how I made that. That was bad. Go in the hole. That's what she said. Who not Jew is slapped? Who not Jew is slapped? Oh, when I get slapped in the face for GeoGuessr, that's your favorite YouTube video? We have some quality content on our YouTube. But you know. What girls? Okay, I'm throwing Bowser pretty well, which is good. I mean, right now, it doesn't matter too much. I'm not gonna beat my personal best. But it's good practice. The hitbox for hitting Bowser on the thing is actually pretty high. Get his tail, you idiot. There we go. All right, we're good. Faster, faster, faster. Let's go. That's good. Let's go. All right, it is sub 30. I think we did better than last time, right? Let's go. Yeah, that is your favorite YouTube video? Cool. Cool. Ayo. I think the second you touch the star, it counts as the speed run. I don't think you have to land. Bowser's like 50 times bigger than you. How buffed are you? I know, right? Mario just grabs his tail, throws him at 3 spiked bombs, and kills him. Oh my god, it's so cold. Oh. Alright, I think next run could be it. I don't think it will be, but I think it could be it. Oh, I could beat my personal best. Oh. Sub 2? No, sub 20. But my personal best is 21 minutes, 46 seconds. If I could beat that, I would be pretty happy too. What are you playing after Mario 64? What a great question. So I actually have a list of games. It'll depend on if... I just farted, but no one heard it. It'll depend on other streamers and stuff. But, like, if they want to play stuff. But I have a lot of games to choose from. I'm not sure. If we might hold a poll to see what you guys want to play. What do you guys want to play? Cookie Clicker? Nah, I think that's like one of the worst content ones, but good idea. I actually got addicted to it a couple of weeks back, Cashew, and I saw you were playing it too. All right, let me say happy birthday to my cousin. It's my cousin's birthday. Let's go. Oh, I'm still not 100% from drinking the other night. Jesus. Happy birthday. Yay. Speedrun Cookie Clicker. Maybe not. My best friend is coming around 4 p.m. Who's your best friend? Woo? Butter? I wish I could smell it. Based. Nah, that's okay. I don't think you want to smell my farts. But we have a lot of games that we could play. We got games against streamers, like Google Trivia, GeoGuessr, Battleship, Golf with Friends, Spy Game, and some other stuff. Games alone, like Super Mario 64, Pokemon Go, because we're going to do some IRL streaming, hopefully, if we reach those sub goals and stuff. Hollow Knight, and then games interactive with you guys, which is like Fall Guys, Mario Kart, Rocket League, Among Us, PokeMMO, Gartic, and Wordle. Well, that's the idea. Oh, and my 3 objectives are to beat Minecraft, vanilla Minecraft, because I never did. Get sub 20 in this game, and beat Hollow Knight. I don't know if we'll be able to do that now that I think of it, but who knows. Tell him we all said happy birthday. Nah, it's okay. He wouldn't care. He doesn't know you guys. But I'll say it in spirit. I should speedrun Cookie Clicker, shouldn't I? Genshin. Yeah, Genshin. I had Genshin as a probable one as well. Oh my god. Guys, I gotta poop. I'm sorry. Does anyone want to come and chat and talk while I poop? And entertain? Oh my god. Why? Why? Why must this happen to me? Used to play Genshin? Yeah. Yeah. I played it when it first came out. It was like one of the first games I streamed. And I really liked it, but at a certain point the content got stale because I was just going for like swords and stuff. Because I didn't pay any money in that game. And it was just, I felt like boring content. Just go poop. I will. I just want to put a thing that says I'm pooping. Pooping. There we go. Because I know everyone wants to see that. There we go. Boom. Pooping. Now no one will ask. My birthday is January 1st. Not good. Why is that not good? Okay, I'm gonna go. I want to see. Show me. No. My main was Kaching. Yo, Kaching was mad cool with the electric. I liked Kaching. You'll get a new waifu in Genshin if you join back. There's probably like 10 new waifus. Yeah, you showed me some. Time to poo-poo. Poo-poo time. I'll be back. Talk to each other, guys. Entertain each other. I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, I'll stay in the Discord if anyone wants to talk, actually. I forgot. There you go. Bye-bye. You bought her from Ali. Huh?
Oh, hello there.
Did you actually? All right. Cool, Cashew. I'll let you know. I'll be back. It was $1? That's cheap. Woo. Oh my god. That was the fastest poop I've had in a while, guys. Not that anyone wanted to or needed to know. Alright. Oh my god. TMI. Oh, sorry. What are you guys talking about? Hey, Fast Poop. Thanks for the bits. I appreciate it. I hope you saw the timer go up. It should have gone up by some time. Thank you. It's kind of cool that I had a fast poop. Thanks. What is your favorite character? I don't really play Genshin. What is it about? Ching or Zhao? Yeah, I also played a while ago. It came out like 2 years ago, yeah. We're gonna be all year? Huh? Alright, let's start the next speed run, baby. I actually kind of want to play Rocket League. We might play Rocket League soon. I'll not return to streaming until the stream ends. Wait, why? You should return before it ends so we could play stuff together. I mean, if you want. So I'll make it last for months. Imagine? Nah, don't do that, bro. I mean, what? Yeah, it's uncapped. Woo! It goes as long as you guys want. You're gonna be here for a while? Because I'll be watching this. Oh, I get it. Aw, that's so sweet. I would press my aw button, but then I would screw up the run. So I'm just gonna say, aw. Clear, you're like one of the most interesting people to talk to. Because you think about the deep stuff like I do. I baked a cake for you. It's the food that motivated Mario to save her. True. True. But where does he keep it? That's the real question. Does he like have it in his ass and he just pulls it out at the end of the game? Oh, I screwed it up. So that glitch or whatever is to bypass this guy from talking to you, which saves a bunch of seconds. But it's okay. That doesn't mean the run is over. In his belly? Ew. So does he poop it out for her or does he throw it up for her? That's the real question. Oh, that is the question. Come on, jump. Jump. All right, let's see if I could do this one. No, shit, I screwed it up. All right, this is not starting off too well, but it's also not that bad. I didn't screw up this part, which is good. Yes? So he poops it out for her? Wow, that's pretty interesting. Sometimes I think about deep stuff like how evolution made us into hairless chimps. Let's go. Oh, I still saved 3 seconds there. Who sharpened stakes, and now we go to space. True! Isn't that crazy? Bro, sometimes I just think about how like 20 years ago, none of us would be able to talk to each other. Probably because half of you weren't even born. But, like, you know, the internet was not even a thing. Wait, the internet was a thing 20 years ago. Jesus. All right, 30, 40 years ago, you know? In our parents' lifetimes, it would be very hard to like talk to someone across the world or see their face. Like, this is insane, guys. You know, I think about that sometimes. I bet that wasps are aliens. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if they were. Not gonna lie. All right, boom. Let's get this. Ah, stop! I keep screwing up like that. Oh my god. I was born 20 years ago, almost exactly. That's right, your birthday just happened. Damn, bro. Damn. I'm 25, huh? It was to a thing, 20. Yeah. I kind of screwed up there. 20 years ago, huh? 20 years ago, I guess, is not that crazy anymore. I mean, but we didn't have smartphones 20 years ago. That's pretty... Just think, smartphone is a whole freaking computer that could do so much shit. It's insane. We could have met in AOL chat rooms. Yeah, I guess that's true. That is true. All right. This is very precise. I think I'm too much to the side. Here, there we go. You have to be perfect there. It's like one of the only things you should take your time on as a beginner like me. Yes, let's go. Daddy Pink, old man now. Zaddy chill. You're making me feel old. I mean, but that's the thing, like, assuming that everything continues to progress like forward in the future, like in 20 years, there's gonna be crazy shit, you know? Like, just think about how crazily how exponential our growth has been as a species. It's insane. But yeah, honesty though, right? Yeah, I like to think about that sometimes. Especially when I feel like shit about something or I had a bad day. I like to just be like, you know, it was a bad day, but compared to like majority of people living right now and majority of humanity in the past, it's a good day. I had food on the table, you know. I have, you know, family, friends, but you are wrong again, Pang. What am I wrong about? I'm sorry. Metaverse. Yeah, like, are we gonna all live in VR? Who knows? It's possible, or maybe something we don't even expect, something crazy. Because how many people now, like I don't know, like who expected the internet and smartphones to be a thing? Smartphones were first invented around 1994. Smartphones? I'm not talking about regular phones. Smartphones were invented in 94? I remember Apple, like iPhone 3 as the first smartphone. Am I wrong? Maybe touchscreen smartphone? I don't know. I feel like that's relatively new. Hey, welcome back. I need some breakfast. Really? I did not know. I will look that up after this run if I remember. That's actually crazy. All right, well, how about this? Ah, I screwed up. Oh my god, that was terrible. Smartphones made in... How about this? Mass usage of smartphones. It's been like 20 years. Less than 20 years of mass usage. I have to wait for the owl to come back here. If we lived in the metaverse, then people like me should not allowed to be in. Why? Because you're really tall? I think that's better in the metaverse. You don't have to duck over things. You could just like run into like walls and stuff. It's probably not good when you go back to the real world and you start running into walls, but you know. IBM Simon came out in 1994. Oh. Even though it's 10:14. Is that too early or too late for breakfast? I don't know. Violence. But I feel like it would be easier to do violence in the metaverse. I feel like you could go to a certain like server that's where you could do as much violence as you want. Like there must be something like that, right? I don't know. Sold 10. It would probably be a better way to express your violence, or maybe not. I don't know. Sold tens of thousands. Mass usage. Yeah, like mass usage is definitely much more recent, right? I don't think that's what Claire was saying mass usage for, but too early for me at least. Really, 10 a.m. Look, I'm making all of you guys have a better schedule in life. You're welcome. This is what I stream for, to help people. The Violence Zone by Madai, right? Like I could see. Well, maybe they wouldn't like advertise it heavily, but or maybe it would be like an underground type thing. But I think that would exist. There's a lot of benefits of the online world. You still have ammonia. You mean insomnia? Ammonia is something different, right? People get confused from the real world and yeah, like that would be one con. Like part of me thinks, yeah, people would probably get confused with the real world and the virtual world. But then another part of me just thinks to like the internet and everything, and it's like people are just very fast to adapt. Like think about COVID. Like people have adapted to living and working from home. Not everyone, obviously, but like people as a whole kind of adapt to differing circumstances. So I think people would adapt, but I think there would still be cons of looking at screens for so long and stuff. I don't know. I'm doing tie-dye shirts. I'm kind of want to do specks of orange, blue, and green. Like a Tyler, green, blue, etc. I am so bad at colors, I wouldn't be able to tell you, to be honest. But Nathan took art class, and he helped me out with colors for sub-emote badges. So, Nathan, what do you think? What colors do you think would be good? I honestly can't help there. I think green and blue are cool, but yeah. My apologies. Oh my god, that was terrible. So the strategy here is supposed to be this. You triple jump, and then you jump on the back, and then you long jump. So I did it second try, which is okay, I guess. Let's go. There we go. Oh, that was actually better than I expected. Okay. And we go here, get that. No! That was worse. Now we go here. And now we do the crazy strats. Yes! Oh, that was so risky. And that was terrible. Oh my god. That was actually terrible. This is what I meant to do. Ayo! There's the song queue. I don't think there's much of a queue now. But I could be wrong. Yes! Yeah. Oh, are you serious? Someone clip that. Oh my god. That's never happened to me. That's like the worst thing to happen. Right at the end. I was trying to be cool and quick. And I just screwed up so badly. And I burned myself again. Those wouldn't be bad colors. I have to look at the colors again and think about it. Oh my god, that was so close. What is this song? Sounds kind of cool. Alright, then we jump here. Jump here twice. Actually, there's a shortcut there to jump as well. Ah! Why am I so bad? Okay. We'll go here. We'll go here. Sound myself a champion. Oh! How did I make that? That made no sense. I'll take it. Oh my god. This is the hardest part to look at chat, though. No! Oh my god. That hurt. If there's specs on a white shirt or the other ones. Ah. Specs of orange, blue, and green. Orange, blue, and green. I think that actually would look nice. But I'm also really bad with colors. I tried to imagine it in my head. Why do I keep burning myself? There we go. That was good jumping. That was good. Found myself a chance. No! Why am I playing so bad? If there's specs on a white shirt other than sub 90. I know. Jesus, this is terrible. It's okay. This is arguably the hardest part of the game to do fast. So it's good practice, you know? If anything else. Watch, the next run's gonna be amazing. Or I think we might go to Rocket League after this. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Oh! How? How am I playing so bad? Yeah, I say specs too. That just sounds more cool. I don't know where Nathan went. Oh my god. I'm playing so bad. Oh. Alright, come on. There we go. That was okay. I'm gonna find myself a champion. There we go. Okay, Ping. Okay. And he gets electrocuted. What if you break... Bro, I'm not going to break the world record. I have an orange, purple, and blue tied shirt. Nice. Oh. Orange, purple, and blue. Orange, purple, and blue? Orange, purple, and blue. That sounds nice. Do those colors go well together? I don't know. It sounds like it's nice. Oh my god! What is this? What? Did you put sound effects on or something? What are the... Someone, mods, do exclamation point skip. Skip this. Guys, try to put music. Oh my god! I'm gonna ban whoever put this. I didn't, because I'm too nice. I'm back and I hear PP saying you gay. What? Huh? When did someone say that? I also took color theory. Oh, okay, my bad. Oh, I skipped already, but okay. That's fine. My bad. The delay was the problem there. Mud, I'm not banning you, but I took like an art class, but she previously talked about the color wheel. Cool. My bad, Coco. That's right. You're an artist. I should have said ask Coco. Apologies. Please forgive me. Please forgive me. Oh. What's that sound? Okay, come on, Ping. I just want to pass this stupid section of the game. Oh. Oh my god, what was that? Kurai mama. I gotta be more comfortable with this area though, so. Oh, are you okay, I'm done. I am done. I am done. No, I'm done. I'm done. I am done. I'm done. That was terrible. I don't want to play this game anymore. We're gonna play a different game. I'll play this later. God damn, bro. I can't. Let me put my. There we go. Jesus, my head hurts from playing that right now. Oh my god. My head actually hurts right now. Where is the Subathon timer? There it is. Let's put this back here. And the sub goals. Let's put here. The first song I've memorized in Japanese. And one of the last. No worries, you don't have to be sorry. Thank you. You know what? Let's play some Fall Guys. I'm down for Fall Guys. I think later is better for Rocket League. Because Rocket League is gonna make me rage too. Wrong skip, sorry. Yeah, I don't think anyone requested that, so it's okay. That was a back story. Back thing. I have a flagline squad, so as a squad leader, I ideally make the shirts. Cool. Care Bears. They're using the girl's favorite colors along with an outline of the bear. Cool. You don't have to be sorry. Oh, that's what you meant for that. Yeah. Nah, my bad still. You're doing pretty good though. Yay, Fall Guys. Let's go, Fall Guys. Oh, I'm looking at the next sub goal. Let's go. I'm looking at the next sub goal and I'm just like, let's go. Look at these muscles, baby. This is what you need to work out for, guys. This. If it's still there. Let me fix this. Come join the fun on Cap Subathon. Alright. You gonna get acrylics? Ooh, acrylics are cool. Oh shit, he fallen. That's right. I forgot. What do I do? I don't know. What do you do? Rip PB? Why rip? Oh, you checked it? Yeah. If anyone wants to join for Fall Guys, yeah, don't tell them though what the next sub goal is. Only mods know. Mods are cool. Yeah. Rosie is the nicest human on earth. Rosie is pretty nice. From what I know so far. I would play. Ayo, let's go. Why long neck? Because it looks like a penis. I don't know. But I'm about to go to work. Aww. Got some awes in chat. Alright, bro. Work is important. That's where you make the dough to gift subs to ping pong. So, you know, I'm just joking. That is important, though, for sure. Let me know before you leave so I could say bye-bye. True. This is my username if anyone wants to add me, if they don't have me added yet. And I'll accept you, and then we could play. If no one joins, that's fine too. You don't feel like you have to join. I'll wait for you, Mud. Wait, what the hell? Bro, how long has this been on? Why is this on? You guys can't even see it. Oh my god. Why is it on? I turned it off. Well, guys, updating. Oh, excuse me, Jesus. Ooh, this song sounds nice. Song request Guy. Whew. I need to eat food soon. I can't join right now, but can I a little later? Yeah, for sure. And since it's updating for you, Nathan, I'll play one round, and by the time it ends, I think you guys will be able to join, maybe, you know? Or whoever wants to. Damn, my cousin's almost 40. That's crazy. Oh, my head. How old am I? 25? Damn. Ping soloing. Let's go. When he falls, lol. Is this a TikTok song? I didn't know that. I'm turning off the AC. I'm dying here. I'm cold. I'm freezing. Would you guys rather be cold or hot? Hot or cold? These are the questions. Oh, I hope I don't forget, but I'm gonna have to figure out what to tutor the kid tonight. So I might take some time on stream to do that. And also, which might be interesting for you guys to have an insight on. And also, I think I got a sponsorship offer. So we're going to look into that and see if it's worth taking. I've declined so many sponsorship offers. Because I just didn't think they were good. So, yeah. Hot, cold, cold. Wow, most people prefer cold. Interesting. Oh, accept. All right, I'll add you afterwards. I added you so I can join another time. Okay, cool. It's easier to get warmed up with layers of colors than sweating and whatnot. That's true. But if you couldn't get like warmer or cooler, which would you prefer? Like if you just had to be, like you were just forced to be hot or cold. What are these things? I've never seen that before. I think the old me would have said cold. I used to actually like the cold. But now I think I prefer the hot, because you could get sick from the cold. But from heat, you like lose weight because you're sweating. I would prefer losing weight. Oh, is this Coco Melon? Oh my god. Huh? What is this? It's easier to get I'm always cold. I'm cold right now in my blanket. Oh, that sucks. Especially since you prefer the heat. Did you clip it? Oh, thank you. PB twerking? Oh, you just love this. You love showing everyone this clip. Trying to make it #1. Coco Melon shake mix. Of course, Mud requested it. We can't survive in extreme heat. I don't remember Coco, but I think it's because we're hot blood or warm-blooded animals, so it's easier for us to die in the colds. That makes sense. People die climbing Mount Everest and stuff, right? I hate the cold, but I prefer to be cold and hot because I feel more miserable if I'm hot. Fair. Okay, I guess for me, it'll depend what the environment is. If I'm in an environment where I'm nervous, yo, this song is actually like so good. No, actually not really, but it's so addicting. It's hard to stop listening. If I'm in an environment where I'm nervous, like going for a job interview, and I'm in a room with other interviewees or whatever, and I have a white shirt on, I would rather be cold. I don't want to be sweating, you know, and or stinky. But if I'm home alone and I don't give a shoe gun, then I'd probably rather be. I guess I put the AC on a lot, so cold maybe, but right now I'm feeling a bit out of it, so I want to be warmer, if that makes sense. I don't know. I don't even know for myself. But yeah, you're about to be hot after this fire. Haha, hell yeah. Cold is meant to be hot. Huh? What does that mean? Selena Gomez. Oh my god. You get 2 requests at a time, just so people don't spam, for anyone wondering. And then after one of your songs is played, you could request another song. New York City is cold as hell for me, not gonna lie. Really? Wow, so you would love like Texas weather. It's pretty warm there, right? In the winter, I used to have I think it's fine here. I actually like the weather here because it's like It's hot and it's cold. It's yes and it's no. It's in and it's out. It's out and it's, whatever. All right. See you, Cashew. Thanks for the gifted subs, and I hope you have a great time at work. Bye-bye. Until later. Yeah, nah. And winter, I used to have a floor furnace at my old place. I'd crank that up to be like 80 degrees. Well, 80 in that room. Nice. I accidentally put cold instead of hot. Oh. Hot is meant to be hot. I guess, yeah. New York City has the most bums I'll ever see. I think if you go to any big city, you'll see a lot of homeless people, if that's what you're talking about. And New York City has quite a bit, yeah. But we have a big population density, so it makes sense that you see more homeless people here. I see a good amount too. Okay, this song's actually really annoying now. I'm sorry. Why does it go for 4 minutes? Jesus Christ. I like this song. I haven't heard this in a minute. Yo, what's up, Nico? How you doing? Like Las Vegas, I guess? I don't know. I don't think I've been to Las Vegas. Who put this song on? I haven't heard this song in so long. It's a great song. Like, even in Japan, like, if you go to Tokyo or Osaka, you'll see, like, homeless people. Just a thing. I mean, you have higher density of people and like, bigger population per, like, square mile or whatever. Square meter, mile, whatever. And you probably have less of a community with people. Because, like, in small towns and stuff, like, if there's 50 people in the town, you pretty much know everyone, right? When you're living in a city where there's 50 people just in your building, it could be kind of hard to get to know people. Which is crazy because there's so much more people. But yeah. What is the time in your place? His voice is so good. Yeah, it's a good song. Glad to hear you're doing good. It's 10:30 a.m. What's the movie I'm thinking of that plays this song? I'm not sure. 8:34 p.m. Nice. I gotta wake up. I think tonight I'll sleep better. We only have 22 hours left, so yeah, I'll be sleeping on stream again. Oh God. Na 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 na. The wedding date? Wait, what is that? I was gonna look it up. Yeah. Okay, cool. Is that with Adam Sandler, or I'm going crazy? Oh yeah, unless someone true. It's good to hit your face to wake up faster. I know, yeah. I had my face a little. I shaved. You guys didn't even say anything. You guys didn't even notice. I shaved this morning. No, not Adam Sandler. Oh. Hola, Emily. What's up? I saw you were in chat earlier. Around the time I woke up. How's work? If you're at work. Ow. God damn it. No! No, my tail! Oh, that was a good jump by me. Jesus. What the? How did he juke us? Come here. What? No! Ah! This game is over already. Na, 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 na. I'm just gonna stand here and wait. It's a new strat. Work is ma'am, kind of bored. Makes sense. People who are bored usually come to the stream, so makes sense, makes sense. Well, you better be home to put nails and makeup on me. If we reach that. Oh my God, yes. Yeah, let's go. Oh my God. Let's go. Ah! Are you serious? Oh my God, it's so hard to look at chat with this game mode. Did you like my new Dragon Ball AMV? I haven't seen it yet. I've been streaming for many hours straight. Are you serious? Are you serious? Yes! There we go. We just... No! Oh! Yes! I don't know if I did that. What? Yes, I want to do that. Please, I'm so excited now. Okay. Yeah, look at the sub goal. The next sub goal is getting my nails done. And makeup, possibly. I slept for like 4 hours. We all did look less hairier. I hate tail tag. Yeah, it's frustrating. Dermont Mulroney and Deborah Messing. Oh, I don't know who they are. Maybe I recognize their name. I mean, their faces, though. I have work until 4, then I have my other work at 5 until like 8. Jesus. After that is better because I have to tutor in the city. I don't want to go with makeup in the city. So that's good. Really excited to get his nail done and makeup. Hell yeah, baby. Well, I want to do makeup myself. But getting my nails done, Emily will do for me. Makeup, she'll just direct me. I gotta put lipstick, everything, you know? And then the sub goal afterwards is gonna be a little annoying, but... Hey, that's the content! The content for y'all! Oh, this is last one standing. Let's go. I actually have one before here. Eyeliner and blush, all that jazz. Hell yeah. Get your own platform. Oh, in this game mode? I like running back and forth until everything goes away. I don't know. But I guess it's better to get my own platform so people don't hold me, right? It's okay. It's fine over here. Yeah. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. No one got eliminated yet? Oh, why am I playing with the gods? God damn it. I got a dildo and everything, too. Come on. Hey, one person got eliminated. 7 more. Let's go, baby. Let's get the dub. Oh, I was about to jump on that one. Oh my god. If that's the last one, that guy is super lucky. But if it's not... I mean... then he's not lucky. Oh, there's 2 people there. Okay. Hopefully they push each other off. Okay, one of them... Oh, it's falling! He's unlucky. Oh my god, 4 more people. 3 more, 2 more people! Oh! Come on. First game on and we get the dub? Imagine? Oh, they're still here. I can't read chat now, though. Let's get some hype in chat. I feel like he wants to grab me, one of them. Come on. Stop jumping. You guys are too good. Go faster. Oh, it's 1v1. Should I grab him? I should grab him, right? I'm not going to grab him. Too scary. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Yes. He's fallen. Oh, shit. That one's fast. Oh, he tried to grab me. Oh, it's so close. Yes. Die. 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 How are you still here? This music does not match the vibes. Oh my god. How long is this gonna go on for? Ah! Oh, I thought I was dead there. I'm not gonna lie. Come on. Why is he a god? Why is he a god like me? Come on. I want to look at chat, but I also am too scared. Come on. Ha. Ha. I have a long dildo head too. I might fall faster. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Bro. Why are you alive? Just die. Yes. How are you yes, let's go, baby. Hell yeah. We got it, baby. Oh. I'm excited. Chat's gonna decide the colors, maybe. Playing with my cousin. Nice. Thank you for the follow, Chicken Nuggets. Is that who I think it is? I didn't watch it yet, Nico. Requested. Song requested, bro. Give me the link right now. Nice work. Thank you. Let's go. First game on, too. Jesus. Hell yeah. Oh. Damn. Level 37. That's my favorite number. Oh, okay. Well, we're not level 37 anymore. That felt good. Nice emotes, BK. Your cousin is mad? Why is your cousin mad? Radio. Radio. Hey, look at those crowns. Back-to-back rounds of Jump Club. Oh no, that sounds annoying. I'll do solos. If anyone wants to join, let me know. Okay, the game is restarting to upload. Date. Okay. 3 minutes? Okay. That was not his. You said God. Oh. Wow, that was the fastest update of my life. Alright, we got a friend request from Cashew. Let's go. Off of you. The AMV? Okay. Let me song request it. It'll play in 6 minutes on stream. I have this on Switch and Steam, but I can't play it on Steam because MacBook. Aww. Yeah, it sucks on Switch. I saw... Ow. Oh my god. I saw Jimmy playing it and it lagged so much. Jesus, English is a hard language. It's off of you, baby. Don't hurt yourself. Thank you. Oh. Let's see. Yeah, I gotcha, Nico. You guys could hear this, right? Oh, you guys can't hear, though. Eyes off of you. It's such a good song. Kind of slow, but you know, course, it's all right. Nice balls, thank you. We'll just I'll wait 1 minute for you, Nathan. Off of you. Just know I'll clap ya. We're gonna do squads probably. Wait, you didn't add me, bruh. You didn't add me. You're not on the friend list of the billions of viewers that I have added as friends. Oh, there's Nathan. I'm not tired. Hey, welcome back. Hey, thanks for the lurk. Appreciate it. I sent the invite. I'll send you again. You did not invite me. You're lurking too? Okay. Thanks for the lurk. You don't want to play? That's fine. This is the username you have to add, not Ping Pong Masters. Is the invite not working, Nathan? Baby. There we go. Let's try a duos. He is dripped out. We'll try duos. 1 duos, Nathan, and then we'll add King and anyone else who wants to play. Let's go. Only 22 hours left. Let's go. Alright. Yeah. It gives you time to add me too. Nathan, ready up. Hey, you changed to the PP gang. Let's go. PP squad, actually. Oh, this sounds nice. Oh, never mind. No more PP squad. 11 a.m. I should start thinking what to teach her. The lurk is something you use to still be present as a viewer, even though you're not actively watching. Yeah, exactly. I got you, Nico. Oh, is this your AMV? No, it's not your AMV. Yours is coming up soon. Tinted eyes. That's me right now. Nathan, ready up. Ready up. Please. Thank you. Wow, wow. What do I teach this girl? I have to look up A1 English grammar. I taught her some new grammar with a card game last time. I like doing stuff like that. Oh, excuse me. So I have to teach. Ooh, and she's also in middle school. I've taught middle school. I probably have the material. I should look at my material that I already have and textbooks and stuff. Oh, I didn't think about that. Rosie just put the song cue for you there. A1 sauce, what is that? Smart man, thank you. Check out my latest YouTube video. Soon that's gonna say, check out my latest YouTube video. Streamer. I streamed for 20 days straight. Imagine. You seen that video? Nice. The past like 20 video, look up if I have time. A1 sauce? Gotcha. I have all the time in the world. The last like, I don't know, 20 videos or something. The last good amount of videos I had an editor for. I can't believe I just fell. Oh my, how am I falling here? This usually does not happen. I'm choking. Oh, they made it harder, it looks like. No, you fell. Some guy just DC'd or left. The last 10 or 20 videos my editor edited. So if you want to look at really nicely edited videos, you'll have to check out the older videos. I mean, he was a good editor. He definitely was, but he also had a full-time job, so he couldn't put as much time into it, and I wasn't paying him enough for him to like do an amazing job, you know? Bro, why is everyone bro, okay, at this rate I'm just gonna go around. This is dumb. Top 20 qualify. Jesus, we haven't even qualified yet. Oh, we got Nathan. Good shit. I'm sorry, I'm playing so bad. Let's go. We're 4th place. Oh shit. Oh, we're doing good. Good job. What happened to your old editor? I basically stopped streaming for 2 months. Tried to make my own videos on YouTube and a whole separate channel on Pokemon. Didn't do well and just came back to streaming pretty recently. So I don't really have much money. That's part of the reason for the subathon, to make some money so I could do some more YouTube and Twitch ideas. I can't afford to pay him right now. The dildo duos, hell yeah. I mean, maybe now I can, but basically the money from the subathon is gonna go towards I want to, after the subathon, I want to do a stream where I try to get Mr. Beast's attention by doing Mr. Beast-esque stuff, like saying his name 200,000 times and stuff, whatever. And then once I get his attention, I want to walk to his house from New York to North Carolina and stream the whole thing. So the money from this subathon is probably going to go towards that. Because that's, to stream the whole thing is going to be a lot of work to make happen. But it should be interesting, hopefully. Feed America, that's where all that cash is going. Oh, you watched Ryan Trahan? You're mad. Walk to his house. Well, walk to his warehouse. His house, I think, would be a little... I don't know where he lives, and probably not right to walk to his house, right? If I knew. I wouldn't want to dox him or whatever. But yeah, I want to do that. I wanted to bike across Japan when I was in Japan. I've wanted to walk across the US, or I've had the idea. I've looked into it. it's insane. It takes like 10 to 12 months to do. And you need to go at a certain time, and you could even die if you're not careful, because you have to go through a forest at a certain point and stuff. But yeah, I want to do crazier stuff, you know? That's kind of a reason why I put each sub at 30 minutes per sub. Part of it is because, you know, I want to make you guys feel like your subs are worth it. No, get up. Oh, that was so lucky. That it's adding, you know, a lot of time. But the other part is because I want it to kind of go on for some time, so it's just crazier. You know? I feel like it would be a fun YouTube video. I feel like it would be interesting to see my mental capacities lowering day by day or hour by hour. Yeah, I like doing crazy stuff from time to time because it's different, you know? Doing the same thing all the time is not as interesting. Mr. Beast clone? Maybe. I don't think I could do what he does, though. That's insane. I would rather grow... my end goal is to, like, make enough money to do streaming and, like, to have it full-time streaming and YouTube, and to, like, make content with a lot of people IRL, because I feel like I excel, or I'm at least decent at, like, interacting with people. IRL. And not IRL, but IRL. And I like, that's fun. I feel like it would be good content. And then I could host tournaments and stuff. You know where he lives? Damn. Tell him I need a home and a new car. I got you, Coco. Ayo, we made it. Let's go, Nathan. Let's go. Yeah, I want to walk to his house. And then when the subathon is done, I'm gonna plan that stream and stuff. And I'm also gonna start thinking about the big thing I want to do after that. So that should be interesting. So if you guys have ideas, let me know. I'm being for real. Tell him I need sure. I'll be like, I have a viewer named Coco, but can you give her a new home and can you give her a home and a new car? And next you're gonna say we're gonna climb Mount. That would be really interesting to climb Mount Everest. I'm not gonna walk back, no. I think walking back would be boring. Like, the whole content would be going to Mr. Beast. How insane is that, right? There'd be a lot of hype around that. Walking back, there's no hype. I'm just walking back. So I guess that's partially what I need the money for too. A flight back home. I don't know. I didn't think about it that far yet, I think, unfortunately. Oh my god. I almost always qualify here. Get up! Let's go. Good shit, Nathan. Welcome back, Nico. Mount no! Oh my god. Mount Everest actually might be really cool. NGL, not gonna lie. That sounds kind of cool. I've looked into climbing Mount Everest before though. I don't think it would be possible to stream. Like, I think that's just impossible. But if I could do it, I would definitely do it. I think I want to do crazy stuff on stream that I haven't seen people really do. Like the stuff that Mr. What an asshole. What an asshole. If that's a viewer, I'm perma-banning you. He freaking held me. Oh, I'm still in it though. Let's go. Nathan, are you still in it? If you're not, I got us. I'm gonna get points. Come on. Let's go. Oh, this guy might try to push me. Oh, you just went in. Let's go. All right, we're good. Hopefully. Nathan made it. Let's go, baby. We just beasted. You made it last second too. Hell yeah. You're insane. Thank you. Oh, watching. Thank you. Yeah, I feel like on YouTube, so many things have been done. But in the streaming world, it doesn't seem like as many crazy things have been done. So yeah, which makes sense because there's a lot that goes into IRL streaming. Like, you need to have enough battery. You need to make sure the stream will go on. You need to have like a good enough camera, audio quality. You need to make sure someone doesn't steal your shit. So there's stuff. We will all watch it. Thank you. Appreciate it. Someone tried to sabotage me. Same. Someone tried to sabotage me too. And we still made it. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, Nathan. We're awesome. Have a lot of cash. What? I could give him a whole sap story about how Ohio sucks ball and I'm a single mom and graphic art student, yada yada. True. But I think Mr. Beast is the type of person that, like, he wants to see you do crazy shit. And then he'll respect you more for it. Because that's what he did to get big. Like, he just freaking grinded like hell on YouTube, you know? So I don't know if the sob story will work. Yeah, it's a legitimate story, but, you know. I'll tell you what, if I ever become rich enough, I'll help you out. But that's a big if. My big goal is not really becoming super rich, so. But if it happens, I'll help you out, BK. Plus, isn't he in North Carolina? I'm sure he understands. He could understand the how it sucks or whatever, or how it's different than the city. But I suck. I'm so sorry. We got so far though. Did you like the editing? I didn't see the editing. I'm sorry. It sounded nice though. I'm sorry, Nico. But we heard it. It sounded good. Yeah, I felt too. I was just at North Carolina. How was it? That is pretty crazy though, BK. That's a hard life. It's a hard knock life for BK. Pretty hot. Just like me. Did you add me as a friend, Mud? You did not. Alright, we're gonna ready up. Look at the top of my character head. Oh, it's white. Nice. Nico, I'm sorry. I'm so tired. Nico, I'm sorry. Alright. Maybe I should have watched it right now. This was the link, right? I'll watch it. I'm gonna put it on the side here. I promise. I'll watch the whole thing right now. Well, obviously I don't hear the music, but it looks cool. Dragon Ball Super. I don't know much about Dragon Ball Super though. I'm only Josh and I want to do it myself because it would be more satisfying. Hell yeah. That's how I personally feel about stuff too. It's okay. All right. I got you, Nico. Oh, that looks cool. The fight between Goku and whoever that is. I want to do it myself because it would be more satisfying. Yeah, I'm kind of like that too. I'm not a single mom, but I kind of prefer doing things myself. Like my cousin, if you think Ping is fun, yeah. And you could do funny info to see what level we're at right now. I've struggled a lot. But it's good that you want to, like, you know, it's good that, like, you're going to school and you're, like, taking care of your child. That's not many people could do that. I was following someone else in life. It's good that you don't do that anymore. Why'd you funny minus me? I'm funny sometimes. You're following someone else in life. Damn. Well, you learned from your mistakes, it sounds like, so that's good. Yo, let's go, BK. Thank you. Get up. Jesus, I'm still alive. Come on. Let's go. Oh my god, I don't know how I made that jump. Oh, Nathan, you already qualified. Hell yeah. Let's go. We're second. Funny plus, let's go. I have to actually be funny for you guys to do it though, you know, so, you know. Unless my face is funny, then you could just keep spamming it. Good job, Nathan. Yeah, I never like no matter what, there will always be someone in life who is better than you and worse than you and has struggled more than you, struggled less than you. Like all of these things, no matter what, there and if you're the person that has suffered the most in the world, you won't always be that way also. So it's like that's how I kind of think about life. But yeah. Are you tired today? I am tired today. I can join. My Fall Guys was updating. Nice. We all have our journey. Exactly. Exactly. I think I try to look at the upside of things. Like I try to think about how like I don't know, how just speaking English is a plus that everyone in chat or anyone that can speak English like fluently, you have a step above a lot of other people in life in some things, not everything obviously, right? That doesn't mean your life is perfect, obviously. You could still struggle a lot and stuff, but just being able to speak English is a big benefit, you know? When someone's down and having a bad day, I make fun of them for an even worse day. Nice. I don't do that. When someone has a bad day, I don't know. I think I'm pretty okay. Let's go. Say so, Rain. Let's go. I don't know how I avoided all that. No. Oh, he has a tail. Yeah. That's what, like, anytime I get mad over something little or something happens, I just try to think about how, like, blessed I am to have the things I have. But, you know, sometimes, obviously, it's hard for everyone to do that when life is really shitty. Bro, why is he following me? Oh, shit, we have a lot of tails. We're killing it. We're actually killing it. Ow. There's no one near me. Let's go. Let's go. There's so many seconds left. Games like this, the tail games are so dumb. They're so luck-based. Oh. Oh, let's go. That was close. I love this map. Oh, I don't like it that much. Did you like the editing? I did. I watched it. I actually liked the editing, Nico. It was cool. Oh, we both have tails. Hell yeah. Yeah, I had a tail for like the whole time. I somehow kept it. I found a trick. When people are chasing you and you're going around the thing, just get off of the thing and go up, and then they'll stop chasing you because they're just going around and around. And just go back. At least that's what worked this time. What's my name? Elliot. Elliot. Pretty basic name. Thanks. Yeah, you got it, Nico. Nico and his AMVs. I hope your laptop gets fixed soon. I saw the tails I lost back. Nice. God damn it. No, I fell. Most people fell. The strategy here is to go all the way on the sides usually, because you could use that pink thing as a buffer, and the fruits come at you at less directions, or something. So that's cool. Ow! God damn it! Stupid ass fruits. We're so close. Don't hit me. Don't hit me. Let's go. Jump! Oh, you made it. Nathan, you're owning. Nathan, you've gotten better at a lot of games. Damn, we're not qualifying because I suck ass. Oh my god. I'm sorry. Alright, let's back out. Oh, my bad. Fall Guy Sid has Doraemon skin. Nice. Where's the Doraemon? Did you end up adding me? You add me. Where's the Doraemon skin? I think I saw it before. I just don't remember. This is a good. No, just green armor 5. I put it so many times. How do I get more of these things? I only have 400. Where's Doraemon also? I put it in chat. It's right above. Oh. Copy eyes for that? Copy eye? What does that mean? Oh, is that like a certain game mode? Season 1 starter pack. No, thank you. None of this. I don't see Doraemon. Doraemon stay. Bro, I'm gonna forget that your username is Atreus. I'll try to remember. Click the hanger. I thought this only shows outfits you have. No? Helmet. Oh, that's cute actually. Wait, what? I want this one. What is that? McDonald's? Wait, that's not McDonald's. Dressed like this? Alright. Yeah, you requested me. I think it came through. Yeah, I'm inviting you right now. Did you spell Atreus right? I don't know. And we'll change it to squads. I'm saying Fall Guys should have a Doraemon skill. Oh, they should. Loving the red vibe. Hell yeah. All right, let's ready up. Wall Street Gamers. What does WSG stand for? Hey, Janelle, what's up? I saw your chat. I came back and you're like, all right, I'm going to go now. I woke up an hour early or like half an hour early. I'm tired, bro. I need to figure out what to do for tonight. Oh, yeah, and Cashew gifted like 10 subs. I think Spaboiled gave some money as well. Who's Bean, right? So today's stuff has been cool. I want to make a list of everyone who's given money during the subathon. I have the activity feed right here. So this should technically show everything, right? Yeah, this should show everything. So that's good. I don't need to like keep track of it. Okay, cool. That's pretty cool. I just need to keep track of the like the days. But I think that'll be fine. Don't put how much, just write their names. Why not put how much? DoorDash, WSG is DoorDash. PS4 time, nice. Bean. Yeah. Bean is not here at the moment. Bean went to work, I think. But yeah. Loving this song. It sounds great, right? Do exclamation point song someone so you could show Nico the song. It sounds I like the song too. How you doing, Dino? Oh, the song just finished. Damn it. That's not the song. The delay came in. I'm sorry. It comes up kind of frequently, so someone in chat might know it. It was Say So by Rangy. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Rosie. And Gino. Thanks, guys. That was the song, Nico. I'm stuck. That's what she said. Yeah, Rosie is a bigger help. And she's not even a mod, so made it. Nice. We all qualified. Hell yeah, we have a good squad. Oh, we were 8th, but still. Wait, why not put the amounts of subs and stuff, Gino? I feel like that would be nicer, no? This song bops? Yes, song sounds alright. I don't like rap that much, but the song sounds okay. I'm pretty mid at this game. That's fine. You have a question? What's up, Nathan? Rosie's S there chatter. That is true. Rosie is an S tier chatter. I do agree. You've biased it for me. In the beginning you said Rosie is S tier, and I'm like, we'll see. But yeah. Pretty S tier, Rosie. Is Stepsis coming on stream? No. She's on vacation, unfortunately. Aren't you scared of Stepsis, Nathan? I was thinking of bringing her over, but she's on vacation right now. Yes. Yeah, I got you, bro. I know you're scared of her. Yeah. She's a bit weird. I don't blame you. But you know, she's alright. I mean, I think she's alright, but you know. Who's the singer for this song? It sounds familiar. It sounds familiar. Ooh, they've made this harder. I feel like there are more balls hitting my face, if you know what I mean. Alright. Come on. Let's go. No, get up. Get up. Get up. Juice WRLD. Ah, that's right. That's right. Juice WRLD. Because I recognize the sound. I don't know rap that well, you know. What am I doing? That was so dumb. That was so dumb. That was so dumb. We might not qualify because that was dumb. Rest in peace. Yeah, rest in peace, Juice WRLD. Oh, because I looked up the best freestyles once recently. And he... God damn it. And he was in that video. I have not eaten yet. No. I should probably eat, right? Also, I don't know how... Wait, I'll read that in a second. Ah! Oh, so close. Why am I playing so bad? Oh, you guys killed it though, so we should be okay. Let's go. Okay. Also, I said don't say how much because it's like adding incentives. I don't know, but yeah, saying how much is good for appreciation purposes. Yeah, it's good for appreciation. If I don't mention it that often, I think it's fine. Do you know? Like if every second I'm like, guys, subscribe and you'll be on the leaderboards. Like if I don't say that, I think it's fine. First one to make it. Hell yeah, good job, guys. Tyler the Creator has the best freestyle. I think the best freestyler though is Harry Mack. I don't know if you guys know who that is. I might be wrong, but I've been watching his rapping. He does like Omegle raps and stuff on YouTube. He's mad good. How many people did Drake make? Look up Tyler Freestyle. It's hilarious, but I gotta go bye. All right. Bye-bye. Thanks for pooping in, Dinell. I should eat though, right, BK? Guys sub to be on the leaderboard. Leaderboard. Damn, we're almost on quote 300. That's kind of crazy. Maybe I shouldn't have said that. Astro? Is he talking about Astro World? That's not good. Easy win. Let's go. Yes, you should. True. Let me write down. Sleeping. Leaderboard. After subathon. Okay. I have to write stuff down or else I'll forget, you know? Easy win. Hell yeah. I thought you were mid. You got first place. Good job. Duffels in my hands. Oh, you fell. One of y'all fell. Oh, I'm a beast. I'm a beast. I haven't missed one of them yet. Jesus. This like pro strats. Oh, okay, I missed that one. Oh my god, I'm playing godly. This music is making me play like a god. Jesus Christ. Ah! I lied. I love my whiteboard for some reason. For that reason. Oh my god, this is actually hard. One of y'all made it though, that's good. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Ah! Oh, why did I jump? Oh, I have to do all this shit again. How am I playing so bad? I know the side is easier, guys, because I know some of y'all told me that before. But shit. But I want to get better at this. When you call your teammate trash, your teammates will play worse. Probably not the best thing to say, bro. But yeah, I am playing pretty trash right now. Let's go. Let's go. What is this song? All right, let's go. Whatever. I got points for us. We're third place. We're third place. We're doing good. You're the best. Thank you. Relax. Yeah, I have a whiteboard too. I just didn't want to write down every time someone gifted us. Like, my whiteboard already has other stuff on it, you know? Made it first though. Nice. I tried taking that and PP almost killed me. Oh, my bad. All right. Should I make food on stream? I don't even know how to do that. Off stream. Just kidding. Boobs. What is this song? I was jumping over people. Cool. Can we take a break from the rap music a little bit? It's okay though. This is mad weird. I've heard this song before. What? This is a funny music video. I've seen the music video before. Eat pizza that you might have left or cook. Oh yeah, the pizza. The pizza. After this round, I'm gonna go up and see if there's any left. Thank you. Hopefully they didn't finish it. If they finished it, I'm gonna cry. I should have kept it here, right? And not told my family. So smart, Nathan. That cost $30 too. Expensive pizza. Because of Uber Eats. I shouldn't have done Uber Eats. That was my fault. No. Ah. Oh my god. All right. No. Why is everyone running so much? All right. This is actually pretty decent. Oh, no way. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Look at this. Oh, there's one other guy here with me. Shit. Oh, I'm sorry. No. No, I fell. All right, people are falling like flies. Who's left? Who's left? You got this. Oh, is this a random? Oh, he lost. That was close, guys. I killed you. Oh, my bad. That was sad. We'll win the next game. It's okay. If anyone wants to join, you're more than welcome to. And I'm gonna see if we have pizza. Be back. All right, cool. Thanks for the lurk. I'm going. Have stuff to do. Okay. I'll kick you out then, Nathan. Oh, you went out. Okay. We're a good team though. Not gonna lie. Yeah, that was pretty close. Let's go for duo since it's just us two now. Don't start. Oh, okay. Fine with me. I didn't check the box yet, guys. But it's not too light, so I think there's some left. Yeah, let's go. There's 3 pizza slices left. And how about the cheese stuff? Let's see. I'm hungry now. I'm sorry. Yo, there's so much cheese stuff left. I don't think anyone touched it. Oh my god. Sorry, Emily. Oh my god, so good. Dildo gang? Nah. I like the fish head. I don't know why. Sumimasen. Let me know when you're ready, though. Start. You're ready? Okay, cool. One more cheese thing. Hearing me chew is probably annoying. Let me move it away. I got you. Here. Here you go. That was good. Nice. I'm happy you like it. Oh. Woo. Fortnite. Yeah, I want to play Fortnite on stream, but I think we'll play a bit later when we have a full squad or something. I don't know if I'll play Fortnite with viewers. We'll see. But I definitely want to try it out. No, I wasn't in the game. Well, guys, as an update, I was gonna add you and try to join. Aww. The update didn't take long for my computer to do, but you could still add me as a friend and in the future join, you know? Do it with Jimmy and Jared. They're cracked. Huh, I'm probably more cracked than them. Guys, I'm an FPS player at heart, okay? I played Call of Duty for like half my life. If we play with no building, I'm cracked at Fortnite. I'll make them win more games. Or maybe not. I don't know. We'll see. But I definitely, yeah, I definitely want to play with them. They're both taking a break from streaming though, which kind of sucks. You know, we'll see. I want to find someone, a new streamer today. Just for fun. I want to see how that'll go. Can you not push these? Oh, that's annoying. Yeah. My bad. I'm a new streamer, JK. I know you, BK. Not because I'm tired of the streamers I know now, but just because I feel like it would be kind of interesting content. And remembering how I met Cashew and like some other people through just literally going into streams of people playing similar games and being like, yo. Like that was cool. No, you don't. I don't? I'm sorry, BK. Well, you don't stream too often though, right? Made it? Let's go. I made it as well. Wait, we both made it. We took too long. We're not gonna qualify. Might as well quit now. Unless someone DCs, but I don't think anyone's gonna yeah, let's just quit. I was knocked into it? Oh. Yeah, we're eliminated. It's one of my favorite Japanese songs. I forgot the words. Eddie, my love, so sweet. 笑ってもっと baby 無邪気に on my mind 映ってもっと baby. Yeah, I can't leave until we get in the game. Might as well take this time to eat something. Or not, you know, maybe not. Eddie, my love, so sweet. Apparently they took this song from an American song by some blues guy, I think. Yeah. You made it, Nani? I didn't. I was spectating. I can't wait to get my nails done tonight, possibly. Seems legit. Yeah. Apparently, there's a good amount of songs that are like taken from English songs. I have heard of Splitgate. My brother showed me it actually. I played it a tiny bit. It reminds me of Halo. It's like Halo mixed in with Portal, right? That's the game I'm thinking of. By the way, guys, let me know. I forget sometimes, like, depending on the game, like, it's better to have my face in a different location. So let me know, guys, if it's, like, you know, in the way or whatever. I think it's better here. Oh, now that space is gonna drive me crazy. God damn it. That space. There we go. Second in your side. Play it, it's so fun, and I'm like the best. Nah, normal? What do you mean not normal? Well, tell me after this. My love, so sweet. Eddie, my love, so sweet. My Japanese vice principal, who was like my boss at one of my schools, told me about the song. It was his favorite song. But I never karaoke'd with him. I wanted to karaoke with him and sing this with him. I love singing, yeah. Well, I love karaokeing. I do love singing though, yeah. Eddie. Oh. So sweet. I like music. Oh, I didn't know. I thought you could just normally jump on that. I'm actually trash. But it's okay. Not many people. Oh my god, 6 people have already qualified. That's actually not okay. Ooh, you got this, bro. You got this, king. I love to sing, but I don't do it much in front of people. That was exactly how I was until I went to Japan and I karaoke'd. And I realized how much better I am than people around me. And I realized how people don't care at karaoke because it's just like for fun. And after those 2 realizations, I'm like fine with singing. On stream in the car while I clean. Nice. My mom used to pay me to karaoke. Jesus. I don't know if that's good or bad. We did make it. Hell yeah. Yeah, I love karaoke. I've karaoke'd for 8 hours straight in Japan. Legit 8 hours in a row of karaoke. Yeah, I love karaoke. And I wouldn't stop. I would be singing for 8 hours. In the mirror. My voice would be all hoarse at the end. And certain people I was with were like that too. I was trapped in a corner. No worries. We made it, so it's good. The path is gone in then my path to down. I don't remember the words. She always wanted me to get up and sing at this one restaurant. Oh, that's crazy. They had karaoke nights on Wednesdays, and it was always older people there. Did you get more comfortable with singing or less comfortable after that? You hate this map? I like this map. I think it's okay. A lot of people hate this. I wonder why. It is a bit frustrating though, because there's so many people just bumping into each other. Yeah, that's crazy. Like, I'm pretty comfortable to go to a karaoke bar and sing as well, which we might be doing on this subathon. I might go to the city to a karaoke bar. Possibly alone, not sure yet, but that should be fun if it happens. Interesting. I would assume it would. My assumption would be that it makes you more or less comfortable with it, depending on your like personality type. That would be my assumption. Was not my assumption, but that's interesting. For the laughter, sing for the tear. Sing me is just for today. Maybe tomorrow the good Lord will take you away. Nice, you qualified. Yeah. Damn. What songs would you sing usually? I have time for one cheese thingy, right? Oh, this has a lot of pizza sauce too. Good job, bro. Dream on. Mm-mm-mm. No, what happened? Oh, you don't like this game mode? Yeah, this game mode kind of sucks too. Or did you DC? I did a few country songs, and I'm not a huge fan of country, but there were songs I knew from childhood. Cool. This map in game mode. Why are there other game modes on this map? Or you just hate both? Yeah, this game mode is a bit frustrating. Cool. You want to request one of them? Only if you want, of course. One of the country songs you know that you would sing. Sing with me if it's just for the year. Sing for the laughter, sing for the tear. Sing with me, it's just one today. And I'll take you away. Like I'm trying to grab him. Damn, we're getting owned. 10 to... It was 10 to 15 a second ago. Now it's 10 to 12, I think. Dream on, dream on, dream on, dream on till the dream comes true. No. He got you. Yo, get the ones that are spinning, bro. This is one of my favorites. It's called Lola. Bro, how's everyone getting out? Oh my god. Aurora, Aurora, kimi wa naze ga Aurora, Aurora. I won second place when they did a contest, but the girl I lost to be fair. No! How are we getting killed so badly? You guys can't grab anyone? This is what's annoying about game modes where you need the whole team to work together. Oh, we just lost. I won second place when they did it, but this game mode is also annoying because of that, I guess. To be fair, her family owned the place. Damn. Which do you think she sang better than you, or you think it was just bullshit because her family owned the place? You hate that game mode? Yeah, it is a bit frustrating. She had a good voice, but was it better than yours? Jesus. Sorry if you heard those sounds from me eating. You guessed so? I'm sure you have a lovely voice, singing voice, BK. If I had the power of teleportation, I would go there to, huh? I don't know what that means. I'll make them DC. Go to their house and make them DC. She actually was in a local band. Oh, wow. She asked you to sing backup. You denied. You said no. You don't like to perform in front of crowds? That's what she said. Or he. Oh, wrong button. God damn it. Yeah. I could see that. The reason why I like thanks for the applause. Yeah, you know, you could bring my funny level up if you want after that joke, but you know, it's fine. Yeah, the reason why I like karaoke a lot is cuz like yes, you're performing in front of a lot of people, but it's like less performing and more so like just everyone singing together. Thank you, BK. Which is like nicer. Like anytime that I have the mic and I'm the only one singing, I don't like that. And it's not because I feel like I'm showing off. It just feels weird. You know? Like I'm not a professional singer. And even if I was, I don't know if I would want to do that like in front of friends and stuff. It just seems messed up. I don't know. That's why I liked just like putting songs that more people would play, trying to get other people to request music they want. I did karaoke so much. The fuck up on the sounds. Nice. I was doing it so much. What was I saying? I don't even remember anymore. I was karaokeing so much, I remember now, that ooh, I'm second. Let's go. That what's it called? That I got tired of requesting my own music and I liked listening to other people put their own music. And like I got to learn a lot of new cool songs like that. And other people got to have more fun too. So, yeah. But going to karaoke bar is a bit different. I tried to get other people also in. I went to karaoke bar recently. I think the only one I ever went to. And I was singing, but I would like pass around the mic. I don't like to be the center of attention. I can never be a bride. My first and only marriage was done by the courts. No ceremony. I hope I find a girl like that. Oh, that's great. I wouldn't want a wedding either. Ugh. But, you know, that might not be my decision. I think that's good. I will never marry again. Damn. Makes sense though. I think you have a higher never mind. But like that trap. Hey, you don't need to marry. You have a kid, which is the best thing that could come out of a marriage, right? So I mean, depending on how you look at it. That's how I look at it. So like yeah, that's there's that at least. I don't think I would mind getting married. I just wouldn't want a big wedding. She really was the best thing. Yeah, there you go. I'm happy you think that way. I wasn't sure, you know. Unless you're 24/7 drunk. Yeah. I think everyone in chat is not though. Yeah, having kids is like, yeah, I want to have a kid. I want to have a couple of kids. Not right now though. She's an amazing human being and I did that. Right? Isn't that so cool? Congratulations. But then she's gonna grow up and you know, not love you as much or show that love as much. I want 20. You want 20 kids? I doubt that, but okay. I want like, I don't know how many I want. No. And still be amazing. No, she will. Okay. I will say having a single child, you know, I think I've said this before, but like you probably have a closer bond to your kid. And being a single like parent, so that is probably like a plus, like one of, you know, obviously it sucks, but that's probably also like a really good plus of it. We have a very strong bond. Oh, okay. Yeah. So that makes sense. That's pretty nice. I don't want to fall. I remember this used to be so hard. Not so easy. We have very strong bond. Has she said what she wants to do when she grows up? Get up. Nah. Is she like, I want to become a YouTuber? I think more people want to be YouTubers now than like anything else. See you, Nico. Thanks for popping in. I appreciate it. Have a great one. I always tell people I grew up moving around military life. I never had or got to keep a best friend, so I created my own. Aw, that's so sweet. We get some ahs in chat with all the thousands of people who are here. I'll just say, aw. That's sweet. Damn. Sounds like you've had a pretty tough life, BK. My life is not tough at all comparatively. Ugh. Are we gonna make it? I think we'll be fine, right? Yeah. Unless the 15th place makes it. Oh, we're still fine. Okay, we're good. I always tell... Yeah. Speaking of YouTube, please come back. I'll be making YouTube videos. It's just gonna take a long time for them. She wants to be a veterinarian, but now she wants to be a makeup artist for people on sets. Oh, that's so specific. Chudo, what's up? That's cool, though. Maybe she could do my makeup, because I'm gonna get makeup and nails done tonight. She could practice on me. I'll come to Ohio. Get on the other side. Bye, Nico. Enjoy. I hope your laptop gets fixed soon. She really could, though. Oh, she's good? Oh, damn. She's pretty young, right? I think you said once, like 8 years old or something, right? Or am I, like, way off? We're dead? No, we qualified. Oh, yeah, basketball's mad hard. Not the nail things. I paint her nails. Okay, you could paint my nails then. GG. She's 14. Oh, shit. My bad. Wow, 14's already pretty... 14 years old. That's pretty old. Like, not old, but teenager years. If you're saying she's amazing and awesome as a teenager, and then it just goes uphill from here, right? So that's pretty awesome. That means you're a pretty good mother, then. That's what it sounds like. Oh. Bro, this game is so annoying. I'ma be Kobe. Do it, bro. Unlurk. Hey, thanks for the unlurk. Hell yeah. I love when people use that. I feel like it's a pretty, like, people don't really have that on their streams. It's like when someone uses it, I'm like, yo, let's go. It's cool. Welcome back. Take it on. What is our team doing? How you doing, Rosie? Yeah, I'm old. Wait, how old are you if you want to say? You don't have to say. I know it's rude to ask. Bro, we're getting demolished. This team sucks. I hate team games so much, bro. Like, there's 3 guys on me. Okay. Like, this team is actually horrible. There's a guy. You should be DC'd. Oh my god. We have a guy that's AFK. Is there even a point of playing anymore? God damn it. This actually pisses me off. You're 33? That's not old. Oh, that's older than, like, most of chat probably, but... You hate life? Yeah, that's an annoying map. 33. Wow, that's old. No, I'm joking. Lies, it's old? Nah. I don't know. The older I get, the more... Everyone around me is like, oh, I'm getting old. I'm old. Like, I have a 30-year-old friend. He's like, I'm old. I'm like, bro, you're 30. Like, I hope I'm not like that. You hate your existence? Damn. Got married at 18, had her at 19. That's pretty young for, like, Americans, but pretty normal for, like, Gorskis, like, my culture people. My culture of people. But that's, honestly, I'm not gonna lie, I think having a kid earlier, obviously, there's a lot more struggles and stuff. But, like, the good thing is that they're gonna be around. Oh, Eric Clapton, I love this. I love Eric Clapton. They're gonna be around. You're gonna be around to see a lot of their life, which is awesome. That's, like, the best thing about having a kid early. But 19 seems like a... I guess early for American culture, right? Nah, below average. What's below average? Exactly. Yeah. That's why sometimes I'm like, I gotta find a girl. I'm 25. I wanna, I wanna be old and see my kids and my grandchildren and stuff. It's the one thing I knew what I wanted to do with my life was be a mom. That's awesome. That's one thing I know I want to be, I guess, a dad. But I need to find a mom for that to happen. I hate this map. You hate like half the maps, bro. You got a stepsis? Yep. I didn't start college till I was 29. Hell yeah. I mean, I say hell yeah because that's a story you could show other people that they could do it when they're older too. Even though I'm sure it's like harder to start when you're older and you have more responsibilities and you have a kid. You remind me of a friend I had in Japan. She was also a single mother. She had her daughter was a really awesome kid. And they were living in Japan, and she just moved to the States, and I think she went back to school like recently. And she's older than me. I don't know how old she is. I don't remember. But she's a bit older than me. Why would you jump on it? Oh, I hate when people do that. God damn it. Okay. Maybe that was a good jump this time. Down. Ah! I don't think I've ever died like that there. And she was very close with her daughter too, obviously. Which makes sense because she was a single mother, only child, like, makes sense, you know? Huh? Oh, I thought the game just broke for me. Bro, there's one team that's owning, bro. They qualified so long ago. But yeah. Where are you, bro? Come on, you got this. 20 seconds. You don't need to jump there, bro. Just walk. Just walk up. Why are you jumping? Let's go. Okay, good job. I don't know if we're gonna qualify, but it looks like we're qualifying. Ba-da-da-da-da. I'm sorry. It's probably sounds messed up to say let's go that you started college at 29, but I think that's pretty cool. I think the older you get, the harder it is to go to college, so good shit. He was so close, yep. You don't need to jump on that last platform, by the way. I shouldn't eat when I have the mic next to me. Can I go to collage at 5? Yeah, you can make collages when you're 5, bro. Not 50, sorry. Yeah, you can go to college when you're 50. I mean, ideally, you go when you're younger. Because even though people don't really know, or I feel like a lot of Gen Zers complain and stuff, but going to college in the US is still a financially good decision if you major something like in the STEM field or something like that, because you will get more money for having that degree, that piece of paper. I don't know what the answer is. Okay, everyone is standing here. I could have had a degree right out of high school if my mom had let me join a program for graphics my junior year. Damn. I wish classes were $10. Yeah. Yeah. Boomers are going back to college because they're bored and they get classes for like $10. Is that actually true? If that's true, that's crazy. And if that's true, I'm going back to college when I'm a boomer, when I'm old. If the prices are $10 for me. Bro, where's the right answer? Let's go. We both jumped on it last second. Oh, we're killing it. Me too. I got a degree in 2019. Haven't used it. I don't even remember what I learned. Getting a degree is not like, you're not gonna remember most of what you learned from school. It's for networking. It's for, in my eyes, it's for networking and having that piece of paper for employers and for figuring out what you want to do for a lot of people. But that's like probably one of the worst reasons to go to college, in my opinion, nowadays. To figure out what you want to do, I think that's not the best reason. Okay, we should still be in. Yeah, let's go. Because unless you go to like a community college or a very cheap college, because you don't want to like spend all those years like figuring out what you want and then ending up with a degree that can't even make money and then like, you know, rip my theater degree. What's up, Jared? You made it? Let's go. It's literally just the paper. Oh. My school network isn't shit. I have met way more people just on sets doing the shit. Oh, for sure. Like, if you compare, like, working on sets, that's why I say it kind of depends. Like, if you're going, like, to become, well, I guess I didn't say that, but it depends, you know? If you're going to become a professor, then college is required, you know? If you're going to become a doctor, a lawyer, these are, you just have to go. But I think it depends. I think trade schools could actually be great options for people who know what they want to do and like are okay with that. Like I have a friend he went to college, didn't like it, stopped, dropped out, worked on like odd jobs and stuff, and now he's going to trade school to become a mechanic, and he loves cars and all this stuff. So like that seems like it makes sense for him, you know? You just got to figure out what makes sense for you, I feel like. But like I'm going to reach out in a minute, my bad. But also like the fact that like information-wise, there's so much access we have to the internet now that getting a degree for the information, bro, good shit, we qualified. For the information is not really useful. And then because colleges aren't really places for open discussions as much as they used to be, from my understanding, like you can't really get that as much either. So, you know, definitely depends on the field, yeah. I like this map a little. Yeah, I like that map. I had to go to school for work or else my yearly reports would be weak sauce. Yeah, you see? There you go. Graphics is highly sought after, so that's a plus, but at the same time, I feel like you don't really need a degree for it these days. I agree. I think if you can make crazy stuff with graphic design or like anything art related, it's probably better to try it yourself. If you're disciplined enough to go on YouTube and learn through tutorials and stuff, I think that would be much better. But yeah, I feel like a lot of people just write off school in general, trade schools and vocational programs as well. Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly. The fact that I can look up an Ivy League syllabus and right? So true. It's just people don't have the some people do. I know some people in my life, like 2 people in my life, that have the discipline to do what they say they're gonna do. Like I know a guy, he said, I'm gonna study Japanese, studies it 10 hours a day. Like that's it. He said he's gonna do it, he does it. I'm not like that. I think most people are not like that. We need some push from something, you know? But yeah, this is your favorite map? This map's I won't, but that I can. Yeah. Yeah, we could, but yeah, that's all discipline, you know? Having a portfolio definitely is better. Yeah, I feel like for art stuff and music stuff, unless you, again, becoming a teacher or something. But it doesn't hurt to like learn in school as well, so. Yes, sir. I didn't miss a message, right? I don't think I missed a message. I just have the discipline to keep busy with a bunch of different things without mastering it. Same. I've realized for me what it is, and this might be for you too, like maybe you've realized whatever, for people out there, it's like when you learn something new, you get exponential knowledge on that thing, right? If you're learning a new language, the first 10 words you learn is 10 more than you knew before. The next 10 is like 100% more than you knew before, right? And it exponentially goes down. So for me, once I get to that point that the next thing I learn gives such a small benefit, like I learned this much more for the next grammar point I learned in Japanese, it doesn't feel worth it learning it anymore, and I stop. Like that's what happens to me. Yup. Yeah. It's just like it's hard. It's hard to push after you've learned the basics of something. That's why I stopped studying Japanese, partially. Why? I feel like that goes with my addictive personality. The dopamine trip isn't as intense. Yes, exactly. The internet and social media probably doesn't help. But, you know, when you could get your dopamine fulfilled so easily by flipping through TikToks and stuff like that, probably doesn't help. But oh, you didn't get in, but I did? Wait, what happened? We should both be in here. Or are you just saying this is too hard for you? Oh, okay. Another reason I chose something in the medical science field, because medicine and all that is constantly being updated and changed. True. I think science is one of the best things you could go into. With the little knowledge that I know about it. If you can get through med school and everything, depending on what you go for, I think that could be the biggest benefit long term. One of the biggest benefits. JFC, I need to delete that shit. What? Straight up mind is melting. Oh, TikTok? Yeah. For me, it's YouTube. YouTube is the biggest distractor for me. And the annoying part is like, I could justify reasons for staying on it. Because it's like, well, I'm learning something new. Or this is interesting, you know? Because YouTube has everything. But it's so bad. It is so bad. I spent on average... I did a study. I was trying to make some money online. So I did a study on YouTube. You lie to me. Wait, what? Lie? Okay. Shit, this doesn't look good. Is this the last guy? Oh, I'm so dumb. Oh, I'm sorry. You fell. I'm so dumb. That was close though. Yeah, but then you don't recall shit because it all gets muddied together. 100,000% true. Yes. If I watched if I went mindfully into YouTube to watch some informational thing or whatever, and then just went off YouTube for the rest of the day, so I could actually recall shit and think about it, then that would probably be good. I did that with podcasts in college. I would listen to them one after another and just got mushed together. Yeah, we were close. I'm dumb. I shouldn't have pushed the guy. That was dumb. Wasn't even actually listening, just like white noise. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. But even if you are listening, it's just so much information, intake. We were talking about this a bit before, how Clearbright was mentioning how, it's crazy to think that we evolved from, apes, and now we've gone to space and stuff, if you believe that we've gone to space. But, so I wonder if our brain capacity will, increase to remember all this shit. Maybe our children's children are just going to be geniuses compared to us. I don't know. I don't know enough about neurology and stuff. Help me. That's why I love watching documentary and just going to do shit. Yeah. I usually like to pay attention to what I'm watching on YouTube. I get into it. Well, actually, it depends on what it is. Yeah. I pray for an easy map. They give me that. Most maps are fine. One sees. How do I mute my mic on Fall Guys? My bad. Wait. Which mic is it using? I don't know. I'm sorry. I'll try to do it after this game if I remember. That one, I think. I muted this one. I guess it's not that one. Unless you don't hear me anymore. I have this mic and this mic. You hear both? So it's definitely this one then. Sumimasen. I'm sorry. Be back soon. Got an appointment. All right. See you, Jared. Thanks for pooping in. Appreciate it. See you later. Maybe we'll play some Fortnite tonight? Question mark. Me, you, Jimmy? Question mark. Liam maybe too, because he's doing a subathon? Question mark. I don't know what his plans are exactly for the subathon, but oh. I don't think I've done this like with this before. Oh, that was easy. I feel like some of the maps are like easy to screw up, but also easy to do. Like this map. Hey, I got second place. Let's go. Liam doesn't do Fortnite, at least to my knowledge. Ah, okay. I don't think I've done Fortnite either. On stream. I played Fortnite the most when around the time it came out. Maybe like half a year or a couple months or a year into it coming out. I played it quite a bit, and then I pretty much didn't play it after. I like Apex Legends more and like Call of Duty, Warzone, and stuff. But I feel like Fortnite could be fun with like streamers. He won't do it on stream at least. Gotcha. Okay. He started his stream. Oh snap. Let's see. Shiranai. Heyo.
You shouldn't do it. Jimmy, you're on a trip. Spend your money on your trip. Mod Sapphire reporting for duty.
Let's go.
What's up? Welcome in, Sapphire. Jimmy, it is a fancy house. I'm
Where's the
stoked.
timer?
For this, what I'm saying, Frit, what's up? It is too early.
Enjoy
the gym.
Where's the timer?
Peace, Sapphire Mott.
I don't know where the timer is. He didn't set it up yet, probably. I'm gonna look at his face while I play Fall Guys. Thanks for the follow, Victor.
How's it going, bro? Thanks for the sub. The first one of the stream.
Let's go, first one.
That means I need to start the timer. Set timer.
That's right.
Make it visible. And then I'll add the 10 manually.
I never chatted on the
God,
stream.
dang. Why would
Seen
you
that
do
Ultra
this to me?
Instinct? Nope.
Thank you for the sub, dude. Monkey. How's it going? Coca's here too.
His facial reactions.
What's up,
Gasp.
Maul? Welcome in. Yeah, it's
Hell yeah, I got the facial reaction.
50 times 10 is 500 minutes. Over
I'll play Fortnite with you. Yeah, we might play later. I just want a full lobby.
Until I lower the time, because it's gonna drop down to
I think I'm play later tonight if we play.
I don't
All right,
think-
see you, Nathan. Thanks for the lurk. Thanks for sticking around so long.
500
Can I-
minutes.
Can I join Fortnite? We'll see. We'll see. I don't know if we'll have too many people, you know. By the way, you guys are more than welcome to join. What are you guys talking about? Oh no, I just had Liam's stream open. I don't know him that well, but he seems mad chill. And a lot of people know him apparently pretty well, so yeah, give him a follow. He's doing a subathon right now as well. He just started his subathon. Yeah, the timing is impeccable. We're gonna become best friends over these next few hours / days. Oh, this is from One Piece. The song is great. Na, 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 na. Let's go. We qualified. Shout out Liam. Yeah. Shout out Liam. Where's the shout out? My mods just left. Lotus Liam. Boom. They're enjoying some just chatting, baby. Look, he's so cute, bro. What is he doing? Oh my god. That's so cringe. Ugh. Oh. Chat face. Oh, that looks so cringe. That's like me twerking. I hate it. I follow him apparently. I think we might have raided into him. Or I told you about him or something. Yeah. He's pretty chill. Stop watching me, guys, and go watch him. He just started a subathon, so. And then come back and watch me also, because, you know. Anyway, when you were twerking, it was the best moment? No, bro. When I was twerking, I wanted to kill myself in a video game. That was terrible. Twerking should have been like 3,000 subs. Alright, thanks, Nathan. See ya. Enjoy work. Bro, you have that clip on hand, bro. He has it like in a notepad. He has it like on his wall printed out. He knows the freaking link URL. Furry hot diamond fungineer memorized right there. That's bro. Yeah, I had to twerk Emily twice. This is what I do for content, you know? No, why me? What happened? When you started shaking ass, oh my god. Nice. This map. All the team games you don't like that much, huh? Just pretend you like it and you'll play better. That's what I do. Hate this game. Hate this game. Together. No, we don't want blue. We don't want blue. We don't want the blue. Come on. God damn it. Damn. Oh, we have quite a bit. No. Oh, we're killing it. Bro, why is this so hard? That's what she said. Why are our red guys are sucking buttholes? It's a good song. No! Wait, how did they take all of it? You guys suck. Well, I suck also, but I wish I was blind. Why did I click? I don't know. Why did you click on it? How do they have so many, bro? Like, you guys suck. There you go. Jesus. I guess I'm sucking buttholes also, so. There we go. That's better. All right, we got 20 seconds. Might as well take yellows. Oh my god, we have... Okay, actually our team is amazing now. What the hell? How do we have everything? Let's go. They're like fighting amongst each other. That's so dumb. Let's go, baby. Zuto, Zuto. We win a team game. Holy, what is the chance? I know, right? You made me tie. I love this song. I hate my life. Why do you hate your life, bro? Don't hate your life. Hate your wife. I just opened Photoshop by accident. My computer might crash. Kind of joking, kind of not. I think we're gonna have to end stream and start it up again soon. Photoshop, leave! Oh my god. Oh, thank god. Bro, Hexagon is good, bro. Pew pew. What's pew pew? We're not playing Fortnite. Zuto, Zuto. Zuto mukashi no. You suck at Hex? I like Hex. I used to be pretty decent at it. But understandable. A lot of people don't like Hex. Do you like it though? And you suck at it? Or you don't like it and you suck at it? Oh, there's too many people here, bro. No. Stop! You idiots! I'm the idiot, but god damn it. You were close. You were close, bro. Aww. You just suck at it? Fair. Apparently I do too. There was no way. That was hard, yeah. I can't believe I got on Fall Guys, won my first game on. It was a solo game. And then with doubles, did we win any? I don't think we won any. Maybe one? I don't remember. No? Oh. Thought we won one for some reason. At least I'm getting that kudos, bro. 34,410, bro. A lot of kudos. Alright. We're not that good. True. What time is it? It's 12:11. Aw, the guy's so nice. No problem. The guy that I'm tutoring, I'm tutoring his daughter. or stepdaughter or whatever. He's so nice. All right. Oh, snap. In 4 hours, I gotta... Oh, okay. In the US, it's 9/11. Shit, I'm back. Have to wait for my stepdad to pick me up. All right. Welcome back. Why did we go back? Oh, you're changing your skin? I have to go soon to the city in a couple hours. I am dying. I'm not gonna lie. I'm dying. I'm gonna stop stream and start it up again. Because if it becomes too long, then I can't add it to YouTube as a VOD. So I'll be back.